And there we go. It works. Works. Whatever. It's a thing. Okay. Hello and happy Tuesday. Yes. Time to start on a new set, and depending on descending. Ha. Oh. Blah, blah, blah. I guess I should do that. Alright. So, yeah. I'm not going to do a 7 or 8 hour stream tonight. I think I'm going to try and keep this down to something more resembling 4 hours. Also, I got food. I got pizza delivered before my stream started, but it came in basically enough time. It basically came in enough time for me to go, oh, okay, it's here now. And now I gotta start getting my stream ready. So, I apologize to some of you if I'm eating while I'm streaming. Well, probably apologize to most of you. Some are like, meh, whatever. If you're in Canada, there's a major chain that you will have come across probably occasionally called Pizza Pizza. In other parts of the world or other parts of the country, it's Pizza 73. It's the same thing. No relation to. I just realized my webcam is not setting nicely. Hmm. Nah, it's fine. Whatever. No relation to the Little Caesars. Apart from the fact that they actually started using the trade name Pizza Pizza before Little Caesars tried coming to Canada. At least that's my understanding. Boop boop boop. Due to Pizza Pizza's slogan registered as a trademark. Well, it doesn't say. That being said, long story short, no relation because they are, well, Pizza Pizza has the trademark up here. And there's a current hockey-based promotion going on. But that's the logo. And they also primarily do Coke products, which I'm happy about. I'm a Coke person, not a Pepsi person. Some people say they can't tell the difference. They're wrong. But, you know, they're allowed to be wrong sometimes. Anyway. Also, feel free to sound off down in the comments or in the chat if you think I'm wrong. Which I highly disagree, and it's my stream, so we'll go with that. That pizza, you know, pineapple belongs on pizza, is a travesty. No, it is a very good pizza topping. So is chicken, for that matter. Chicken and pineapple makes for a great pizza combination. Anyway. So, we're going to start off this week. Yeah, that's better, I think. We're going to start off this week with Legends. 2 weeks ago, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we went through Unlimited, the last printing of the original base set. And then the previous, and that took like 7 hours. And then last episode, which I believe was last week, we went through Arabian Nights and Antiquities in that order. I believe I went through all of Antiquities because it's a fairly small set. It's like less than 100 cards. Pardon me. Tonight, let's do Legends because I'm going to do them in order. Now, this is a weird card. So we're going through. See, if I do this in order of EDH rec ascending or auto, which is, you know, highest rated first, it's going to give me the people's, you know, the cards that most people commonly play in Commander. And it'll start off with Land Tax, which sees a lot of play, Spirit Link, Holy Day, Kismet, Moat, so on and so forth. I'm like, no, I don't want to go through the stuff that sees a lot of play. I want to look at the stuff that nobody talks about. So let's start at the bottom. Ivory Guardians. Oh yeah, in case you're wondering, yes, I grabbed some Mountain Dew before the stream started because I was in the mood for it. That being said, I also got some Barks root beer. So, if you take a look at the actual wording on the physical card, so it's a 6-mana 3/3. Protection from red. Okay. You know, compared to White Knight, which was the same rarity. 2 white for a 2/2 with protection from red. And then it had first strike on top of that. All Guardians gain +1/+1 if an opponent controls any red cards. So, first of all, this is why you see if it says cards, the Oracle text refers to not cards directly, but non-token permanents, which have to be cards. It doesn't work it doesn't not work. So it's the exact same way, because the only way to have a card in play is for it to be a permanent, but not a token. Tokens can be represented by token cards, but they're not considered cards. They're tokens that happen to be represented by something card-like. Creatures named Ivory Guardians, get +1/+1 as long as an opponent controls a non-token red permanent. So the wording, the original wording, says all guardians gain +1/+1. So Ivory Guardians is a giant cleric. So the question is, when they said guardians in the text, did they mean Ivory Guardians? Or did they mean anything that was, that would have had the guardian type? So that's always a good question. It is now a giant cleric. So that's something they had to look at. So let's say date before 1996. Guardian. So the only other card that would have been sufficiently old enough would have been Guardian Beast, which says summon Guardian. But it's creature type beast, which makes sense from the name. So the question is, did Ivory Guardians mean to include Guardian Beast as well? What was the other one? Asen? No. It was, what do you called? Asen Crusader. Asen Crusader capitalized the word hero. What about Merfolk capitalized from beta? Unlimited, same thing. Revised, same thing. 4th edition, same thing. So, it is not unreasonable to assume that because Guardians... So, there's two ways of looking at this. Guardians with a lowercase g is in this case a typo, in which case it should refer to anything that had the that would have been summon Guardians. Or if it's not a typo, lowercase g means anything that's Ivory Guardians, and they're just shortcutting the names, which was a thing that they did back then. You don't want you ideally want as much text on a card as you need and no more. I think when they went to look at the Oracle text, to update Ivory Guardians, they assumed that it was supposed to be a lowercase g on purpose. And I'll bet you, I mean, I'd have to look it up, which we could do, but I'll bet you if you went and looked at the rulings for Ivory Guardians from back in the day by, like, you know, what was her name? Beth Morrison, I think was her name. The person who was basically, the buck stops here in terms of card rulings way back in the day. And people like Stephen Delaney and whatever collated them. Collated all the card rulings. Crystal Keep, etc., etc. I'll bet you the rulings probably say it only referred to Ivory Guardians. So, creatures named Ivory Guardians get +1/+1. So what this is, it's a Lord effect. Now let's be realistic. It is not unreasonable for somebody to be playing a red card, to have a red permanent in play in a game of Commander. It is very not unreasonable. If your opponent's playing dragons or goblins, for example, it's a thing. If your opponent's playing, Nekusar or, probably at least 60% of the generals that are out there, it's a thing. It is not hard. You don't have to be playing mono red. You don't even have to be playing much red. But if you've got a red permanent out, Blood Moon is occasionally a thing. It's now a 4/4. And it says creatures, not other creatures. This card specifically affected itself. So now it's a 4/4. 4/4 protection from red is fine. If I'm playing Giant Tribal, I might have an interest in this card. I probably have better to do if I'm doing Cleric Tribal. But Giant Tribal, I might actually have an interest if I want protection from red. Of course, that being said, I also have access to cards like, not Crusade. Wow, Chroma's Memorial. I don't know where I got Crusade from in this case. But if I'm playing with any sort of copy effect, oh wow. If I'm playing any sort of, cloning at all, these start getting really big really fast. Like, if you scroll down to the card rulings, the abilities from multiple Ivory Guardians are cumulative. For example, if you control 2 different Ivory Guardians and an opponent controls a non-token red permanent, each of your Guardians will be 5/5. Which doesn't sound like, which sounds okay. 6 mana for 5/5 pro red is okay. But that's with 2. A third one makes them 6/6s. Yeah, 5th edition. 5th edition doesn't make it very clear. Chronicles, I think it was supposed to be creatures with a guardian type based on what I see even in Chronicles. But yeah, if you're playing copy effects and you want like a coat of, a built-in coat of arms effect, Ivory Guardians is fine. But I think relatively low on the list. You'd have to be building something weird, like a giant tribal deck with a giant tribal deck that had clones and some other shenanigans going on. It's a very, very specific niche card. Enchanted Being. Oh my god, and you're common. Okay, so. Wow. So Enchanted Being is one of those cards that I could build a deck around this. So this is your typical Auras deck. Oh. Oh. Oh, start off with this as a Zedru deck. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to Enchanted Being by enchanted creatures. Okay, maybe it doesn't have to be. Maybe it doesn't have to be Zedru. Maybe Zur is a better, like Zur the Enchanter is a better way to do this. And load up on enchantments that are like, oh, what are you called? Vow of Lightning. Like this specific cycle of vows. Enchant creature gets +2/+2, has some ability, and can't attack you or planeswalkers you control. All the way back from like Commander 2011, the first cycle of the first cycle of sorry, the first set of Commander decks we ever had. I cannot remember what any of the rest are called, but that's a good starting point. Cards that turn around and say, oh, any sort of pacifism effect of any type. You make people want to attack over there. That's a big thing about the vows. I give this to you, but you can't hurt me. But you can go freely attack somebody else. Enchanted Being, even if they don't say, they can't attack, they can't attack you. You have Enchanted Being in play, and suddenly it's like, why are you attacking me? I'm just going to sit here and just, like, give Enchanted Being flying somehow. Like, flying horsemanship, and if you give her flying horsemanship and shadow, or even without flying, you'll give her reach, horsemanship and shadow. And then throw a pair of boots on her. So, your opponent can't target it. And yeah. She will this is a sort of card where she was legendary. I would so easily build a deck around her. Um, I could see somebody trying to build around it for Pauper. I could see it being a thing in Pauper Commander, possibly. Hello, Olivia. Uh, but yeah, like I could see her seeing some play. I just can't see her seeing a lot of play. Um, Righteous Avengers, humans so way overcosted. 5 mana for a 3/1 with Planeswalk. If people are playing white, oh, account created. Following since 1 minute ago. What? Okay, thank you. It doesn't show up saying that anyone's followed me, unfortunately. But thank you for the follow. Um, yeah, like if you really want to play with Planeswalk, the problem with Planeswalk, as in the Landwalk ability, there's only 7 cards. Uh, I can try. Question is which one because I actually have 2 separate accounts, so I have to know which one you're referring to. Planeswalk. Let's see here. Ace and Highway gives everything Planeswalk. Bogart Arsonist, Graceful Antelope, Righteous Avengers, Zodiac Rooster have Planeswalk themselves. Great Wall and Lord Magnus stop Planeswalk. So out of 7 cards, 2 of them block it. 4 of them have it. 1 is red, 1 is green. I think the only cards that have like these 3 here are the only ones that have Planeswalk themselves that I think might be worth playing. Um, Bogart Arsonist because it can blow up other things. Graceful Antelope, turning lands into slowly turning lands into planes, and Zodiac Grace. Why do I keep saying it that way? Zodiac Rooster as just a cheap efficient creature. I think if somebody want a planeswalk, you're probably better off with Ace and Highway and just give it to all your creatures. Righteous Avengers, not worth it in humans, not worth it in soldiers, not aggressive enough. Because even compared to back, like, I even remember back then people were like, why? Because you could get Forest Walk, Swamp Walk, Island Walk. Basically, you could get every other land walk so much easier. God damn it. I hate this cough. It will die one of these days. Hopefully before I do. Lifeblood. If you want a fun way to turn around and just gain a bunch of life, Lifeblood in a deck that's got Magus of the Abyss, or not Magus of the Abyss, Magus of the Moon, and or Blood Moon to turn all your opponent's lands, and you just sit there and just you gain life every time they tap a land for any reason. Because look at, whenever a mountain an opponent controls becomes tapped, it doesn't have to be tapped for mana. It can be tapped for any reason. It could be tapped to, um, it could be like one of the campuses from Strixhaven, you know, tapping to scry. It could be tapped to like Megas, or not Megas, wow, Maze of Ith. You know, tapping to prevent a creature from dealing combat damage. Removing it from combat essentially. It could be for any reason. Lifeblood just turns around and goes, oh, thanks for giving me more life. So if you want to play life gain deck of any sort, Lifeblood is actually not horrible. It is, $23 for a life gain card. But that can be a lot of life gained. Spiritual Sanctuary, similar. 4 mana, the beginning of each player's upkeep. If they control planes, they gain 1 life. If you just want a constant way of gaining life every turn, there are worse cards than Spiritual Sanctuary. And it can just stop people from, sure, maybe I'll gain life and you'll gain life, but you won't and you won't. And this is a way of restricting who gains life and who doesn't. In fact, you can also turn around and place some sort of odd land destruction variant and go, like, we're not talking mass land destruction. We're just talking, not allowing other people to have planes in play. If you want to... And I just dropped pizza. I am sad. If you want to play that kind of game, you can play that kind of game. Do I recommend it? No, not really. But, if people know that you're that kind of player and are willing to, contend with it, you run cards like Salt Blast or Generous Gift and various strip mine wasteland based effects, and just stop. If you're the only oh look, you have a oh look, you've gained a planes. You're not it's not gonna last until your next turn, but so it's doable. Rapid fire. There are some really bad ways to give cards abilities. This, I think, for really, really old cards, might be one of the better ones, which might explain why it's actually $14. I think it would be a lot better if they dropped the restriction on when you can cast it, I think it would be a lot more fun as a, you know, as a surprise gotcha card. But one white, three other instant, cast only before blockers are declared. Target creature gains first strike till end of turn. Man. If it doesn't have Rampage, that creature gains Rampage 2 till end of turn. Rampage basically turns around and says, so it's Rampage plus a number, and for each creature beyond the first that blocks it, it gets plus X till end of turn, where X is whatever the Rampage number is. So Rampage 2 means that if it's blocked by, say, 5 creatures, so you ignore the first, and you look at the other 4, and you go, each of you's giving me +2 till end of turn. So you're giving me +8 till end of turn. And so a 1/1 suddenly turns into a 9/9. And it's a shame the card says play before defense is chosen, because you can't suddenly gotcha somebody with it. I think based on that, it's probably not worth playing unless you have a way to force people to block. If you can force somebody to block, here's a creature with Death Touch, or go back in the day to like Thicket Basilisk and Lure. This thing. Or go back to the original, which would have been like, this is the version that or this is the version I remember. All creatures able to block enchanted creature do so. You throw it even on, like I said, you throw it even on a 1/1 creature. And blocked by 5 creatures, and it's suddenly a 9/9. That, and it's first strike. Well, nowadays, if you throw it on a first strike, on a 1/1 Death Touch, which is like 1 mana, yeah, you can just kill somebody's entire board with that. But you're going to need something like, you're going to need either a healthy sized creature to begin with, or you need something like Death Touch. But I think given that, yeah, Rapid Fire, because it gives Rampage. But this is one of those cards where you need to have it going off, yeah. This is a card you have to build around. You have to know this is in your deck and build and play accordingly. Keepers of the Faith, 2/3 human cleric, vanilla creature. If you're playing vanilla tribal, it's a 3 mana 2/3. There's 13 vanilla creatures. 2/3 with a slightly easier cost, 3/2 with a slightly easier cost. 1/4 not close enough, same there. 3/2, which is basically the same as this one. 3/2, 1/5. 2/4 for the same cost. 2/2, no. 2/3 for an easier cost. 2/3 with an easier cost. 2/4 with an, so even a 2/4 with an easier cost. So before I go to Keepers of the Faith, I'm already looking at these two, which are 3 mana 2/4s. If I want something 3 mana in white, that's vanilla. I'm probably not looking at the 1/4s. I may end up looking at Loxodon Wayfarer as a 1/5. Then I would be looking at Regal Unicorn Shoefoot Soldiers, Alaborn Trooper as 2/3s, or Bastion Enforcer, Knight of the Keep, and Loxodon Linebreaker as 3/2s at 3 mana. But that's assuming I'm looking for a white 3 mana creature that's vanilla. I feel like Keepers of the Faith is fairly low on the list. Now, if you are looking for something around there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You have 9 options for a 3 mana vanilla creature around the 2/3 to 3/2 size. So maybe it's worth looking into for that deck. If you're restricting yourselves to commons as well for whatever reason, yeah, they are all commons. Yeah, it's an uphill battle to make it worthwhile. Great Wall, not enough creatures that have Planeswalk. And keep in mind, when I say Planeswalk, I'm talking the Landwalk ability. I'm not talking about the I'm not talking about Planeswalkers like, Jace and Chandra and, you know, Tevasat and whatnot. I'm talking about the ability to be unblockable if your opponent's got any planes. There are so few cards that have Planeswalk or that can grant Planeswalk of some sort. Great Wall is not worth playing. Just kill the creature. It's easier. Infinite Authority. All creatures with toughness 3 or less blocking target creature or blocked by target creature are destroyed at the end of combat. Small creatures are going to die. Whenever at the end of turn, put +1 counter on the target creature, which is the enchanted creature. The creature enchanted by this. For each creature typoed destroyed in this manner during the turn. Counters from. Okay. So, Infinite Authority, triple white. Anything toughness 3 or less that this ends up in combat with is going to die. At the end of turn, put +1 counter on it for each creature that died because of his ability. Or that died because of the Infinite Authority's ability. This is a white card with 3 white pips, which means now you start looking at things that have what do you call it? God damn it. Devotion. There we go. That have devotion. you start looking at, devotion and auras and something that makes sure that small creatures die. And, you know, this thing can get, you know, oh. Oh! I almost want to pick up a copy of this. To throw into my mono white multi-combo deck. Oh, that sounds wrong. Because I want to throw it on... I want to throw it on Walking Ballista and see what happens. I'm a terrible person. Yes. The enchanted creature gets +1 counter for each creature that triggers the ability. Moving the enchantment after the ability triggers will not affect which creatures are affected. Cute. But yes, that's kind of silly. Akron Legionnaire. 8 mana, 8/4. That basically says, yeah, only Akron Legionnaire can attack because you're playing Commander. Anything that's copied it, that doesn't say it keeps its name. So, clone, yes. Sakashima, no. And artifact creatures. Those are the only things that can attack. Sorry, the only things you control that can attack. This feels like the kind of card... Oh. Damn it. Is that the card I'm thinking of? Exile target non-land permanent each... Yes. Yes. Oh, Fractured Identity. Yeah, on Akron Legionnaire. Yes. 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 You want to play a deck that plays with Fractured Identity? Akron Legionnaire. Great Defender. Oh, this is amazing in a Toughness Matters deck. If you're playing, was it Arcades Saboth? Yeah, Arcades the Strategist. Each creature with Defender assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power and can attack as though it didn't have Defender. So yeah. If you are playing Arcades as your general, you should be looking into Great Defender. Because suddenly that gives it +X to its... Oh yeah, you throw this on Icecrown Scepter and that just gets dumb. Yeah. You want this for Arcades the Strategist or other similar decks. Toughness matters. You're playing white. Play Great Defender. And Thunder Spirit. The only reason I would not be playing Thunder Spirit anywhere is because it's over $100 and I don't have a copy. 3 mana, 2/2 flying first strike. Was amazing back in the day, and is like I think it took a very long time for Thunder Spirit to get power crept. I think it's within the last 5 years. Let's see here. Mana value equal 3. ID equal white. O flying. O first. Actually, O strike. Alright. So, this is 2-2 flying first strike. This has got double strike, so that's iffy. This can enter with a flying or first strike, so no. Flying first strike banding, but again, it's a 1-1. Flying first strike, so same size, slightly easier to cast, but only a single point of toughness. Strike Force, flying double strike vigilance 1-3, so debatable here. Flying double strike on a 1-1. Flying first strike on a 2-1. This is basically identical to Pegasus Charger. Flying first strike pumpable 1-1. This when it's turned face up gives something first strike till end of turn. Wow! What if I give it less than 4? White Orchid Phantom. 2-2 flying first strike. Same size, same sweep abilities, 1 less mana, and an ability to blow up a non-basic land. Chaplain of Alms, possibly. But that still only becomes a 2-1. Yeah. It took until White Orchid Phantom for Thunder Spirit to legitimately be power crept out. And that's still only the first one. You can make an argument for the double strikers. But they're smaller initially, which means getting them to actually be enough to be the same kind of threat as Thunder Spirit requires more work. This is a really good card. If you have one, or you can afford to get it, that is a really, really strong combination. Yeah, there's like 40, there's almost 45 cards in each color. So we're going to call it there for white. Let's go blue. Undertow. Now, Undertow, unlike, what was it, Great Wall? Yeah, unlike Great Wall. And there's one of these for, I've noticed there's one of these for every color. You know, it's like a 3-mana enchantment that blocks Landwalk of the appropriate type. Undertow is the kind of card that can actually make a difference because there are people that play with Island Walk. One of them is like your various, like if somebody's playing Merfolk for whatever reason, you know, Island Walk is a thing that comes up. So Undertow might actually be worth a consideration in some, in some areas. Oh, that looks like that looks like quicksand going on. Oops. Psionic Entity. Psionic Entity is one of those cards I've always wanted to find a useful home for. Because it taps the dude like it's 5 mana. So, you have to imagine this being based on Prodigal Sorcerer, which is 1 blue, 2 other for a 1/1. Tap to deal 1 damage to any target. So for an extra 2 mana, it gets an extra point of power and toughness, which, you're playing blue. Okay, that's reasonable in of itself. And an extra point of damage when it pings, but now it does 3 to itself. I probably would have preferred if it was like a 1/4 or a 0/4 that had that ability. But there's ways to make this, to make it work. If you are playing a deck that's just there to, ping the opponent, or, there are ways to make this work. It's going to require some effort. But this is a card that you can build around. You build around having stuff like this in your deck, and if you want to just sit there and ping your opponent's creatures and your opponents all day long, yeah, Psionic Entity can work, but it's going to require effort. Pirate ship might be the easiest comparison. It's almost exactly half the size for the same cost. This basically has Island Home. Did Island Home exist yet? 5th edition gave us Island Home. Wow, it took us to 4th. Island Home itself didn't exist. 5th edition gave us the keywording of it. And then I think 6th edition took it away again. I wish they'd kept the keyword. But, I mean, this is also coming from a person that's been playing the game for over 30 years. Yeah. Can't attack unless you've got unless they've got ons, and you sack it when you've got none. It doesn't have a port to go to, so you can't support it. Womp womp. Yeah. You could also play with cards like you can play cards like Sunken City. You could basically anything that buffs your creatures. If you've got a way to give like 2 toughness to all your creatures somehow, Psionic Entity suddenly makes it easier. If you've got a way to change your creatures to, being red or black, you play Chroma's Memorial. Even if you don't do that, whatchamacallit, Eldrazi Monument, giving your creatures indestructible. I don't care. Eldrazi Monument finds, wow, Eldrazi Monument, this and like Freed from the Real or something similar, suddenly becomes like pay a blue, deal 2 damage to any target. Worth a consideration for certain types of deck. Silhouette. Until end of turn, damage done to target creature by spells or effects that target it is reduced to 0. Oh, you're trying to target me for damage? No. Choose target creature. If spell or ability that targets that creature would cause a source to deal damage to that creature this turn, prevent that damage. You realize this is a great way to deal with fight/bite cards. Anything that says, oh, what's that? Colony ambush. This is a card that sees a decent amount of play in green decks because it's a land when you need it to be a land. And then when you don't need it to be a land and you need it to be a removal spell, it's suddenly a removal spell. Cool. My 8/8 kills your 4/4. Silhouette turns around and goes, no it doesn't. So I need a copy of this. Yeah, I need a copy of that. You're playing blue. You want to stop people from killing your creatures through damage. Play Silhouette. Not even, you should play Silhouette. Brian Hag. On the turn during which Hag is placed into the graveyard, all creatures who dealt damage to Hag that turn become 0/2 creatures. Use counters to mark these creatures. You don't use counters anymore, you just make a note. When it dies, change the base power and toughness of all creatures that dealt damage to it this turn to 0/2. Remember what I said about lure before? This is only a 2/2. And unlike a lot of cards that have an effect vaguely along this line, not only is this not till end of turn, a lot of really old cards turn around and say, by the way, do this sort of thing at the end of turn. Brian Hag turns around and says, no, I died, you do it now. What? Yeah, you do this now. So, this feels like one of those cards where you go lure on a Brian Hag. Like, this is a combo I did not see back then because everyone was dealing with, creature sweepers and stuff. By the way, this is going to kill one of them. Barring effect vaguely along lines of giant growth, this is going to kill one of them. You're going to have a 2/2 that's going to deal damage to a 0/2. It's going to kill one of them. Wow. Why did I never see this before? Because Lure and Regeneration and Thicket Basilisk were all in the same color. That's why. But yeah, you want to muck around with somebody's creatures, and you're playing blue? Brine Hag. Elder Spawn. 6/6 for 7 mana. Triple blue. Can't be blocked by red. Sack it on your upkeep unless you sack an island. And if you don't sack an island, this deals 6 damage to you heading out. This is the kind of card where if we go back to this deck, if we go back to my mono blue ramp deck, you know, stuff to ramp into, which like this stuff here is specifically stuff to ramp into. If I'm looking for just a big body, with some sort of evasion, something along the lines of Star Whale, then, Elder Spawn might be worth a consideration. It's got an extra blue pip, so, Nyx Nykthos Shrine of Nyx is going to be more interested in this. Same with Nyx Lotus. But, here's the thing. For basic lands, I'm running 19 currently. And I don't think that's enough lands to keep it fed. Unless I'm also playing with Crucible Overworlds or something similar. I think in a red-green deck, it could work. But you need something like Crucible Overworlds, some kind of land recursion, some way of getting... Did I? Yes, I did. Some way of getting extra lands into play as well. Regularly. Although, that being said, my mono blue deck actually does fairly decently at getting extra lands into play. By the time I've got Elder Spawn out, I've probably already extra ramped, 2 or 3 times. And, I throw... Oh, what's the sword that lets me ramp? Sword of Hearth and Home or Sword of the Animist. Whenever a creature attacks, or a equipped creature deals combat damage to a player, whichever one, search for a basic land, put in play, etc., etc. So it's doable, but for 7 mana, I think you can generally find better. But it can't be blocked by... So it does have some kind of evasion that certain decks just can't deal with. But I think there's better. Venerian Gold. I picked up a couple of copies of this. One specifically for that mono blue ramp deck. Also, I want it for because it's also a common, I want it to be able to Basically, what this card does is it turns around and says, "Oh, nice creature you got there. You're going to be tapped down for the next X turns." And if you've got any sort of proliferate shenanigans, you just give them more sleep counters. It doesn't untap as long as it's got a sleep counter on it. And when when the aura comes into play, the first thing it does is it taps the creature. You're going to sleep now. Oh yeah. Unfortunately, I completely forgot about when I was putting my deck together, but I've got a couple of copies of it. Definitely worth consideration. It's also really cheap. It's not even 50 cents. Even if you're even if you're somewhere where, you know, where cards are expensive, if you're paying if you're paying $1 for it, you're paying too much, but maybe $1 with shipping, who knows. Asher Drake, are you playing Drake Tribal, son? One of the many cards that exist, like Grey Ogre and Hill Giant, where knowing its name is a handy shortcut for being able to say, what it is. It's a 2/4 flyer for 4 mana. If that's all it is, it's an Asher Drake. Although this one is much less common than the others. It does. It does very occasionally get bounced around as, hey, I'm a thing to know about. Reverberation. 4-mana instant. Damage from one sorcery spell is redirected to its caster. A card it was literally never on my radar. Wow. I just realized how much of a nuke this is in Commander. You know what deals a lot of damage? $13 damage to each creature. By the time you go cast this, it's not unreasonable to say, let's say there's 8 creatures in play. 13 damage to each of them is 104 damage. I pay 4 mana. All damage that would be dealt by target sorcery spell is dealt to that creature's controller, to that spell's controller instead. You can take 104 damage now. If used on a sorcery which does damage to multiple creatures and or players, it will cause that player to take damage equal to the sum of all damage inflicted by the spell. I need this card. Boy, do I need this card. Starve Extinction. Same thing. 20 damage to all creatures and planeswalkers, I believe it is. Yeah, each creature and each planeswalker. Yeah. I need this card. Where are you? You are here. Alright, so $40. Alright. That's a card for me for me to make a mental note of. Actually, where are you? I am literally making a note of that card as we speak. Puppet Master. If enchanted creature is placed on the graveyard, return creature to owner's hand. All enchantments not are destroyed. You may pay triple blue to return Puppet Master to its owner's hand if target creature returns to its owner's hand. So, when the creature dies, instead of dying, it'll die, but it'll get sent back to owner's hand. And then at that point, because you've got because you had Puppet Master on it, you can pay triple blue to get the Puppet Master back to your hand, so that when the creature gets played again, you can put the Puppet Master back on it and keep it around. My toy. Yeah. One of those cute cards that just likes to be annoying. But if you throw it on your own creature, you can make use of extra come and play abilities that way. It's if you want to do a blue aristocrat style deck, it might be a consideration. It's it's a bit slow, but you get consistent reanimation use out of it. Spectral Cloak. Target creature cannot be the target of instants, sorcerers, fast effects, or enchantments unless creature is tapped. Fast effects were basically any activated or triggered abilities that didn't say, do only as a sorcery or whatever. It was an effect from something that wasn't a spell, basically. Enchanted creature has Shroud as long as it's untapped. I think this would be an okay supplement to something like Zur. If you've already got a way to make sure Zur's got vigilance, let's say, then yeah, Spectral Cloak might be something to keep your Zur around. And because Zur likes to put the enchantments directly into play, an aura when you cast it targets, and so therefore can't enchant something that's got Shroud. Zur the Enchanter takes the aura and puts it into play, which means you put it directly into play. At that exact moment, you have to choose something for it to enchant. It attaches, but doesn't target. You still have to choose legal targets and stuff, but yeah. Zur the Enchanter, you're playing that. You might want to consider a Spectral Cloak in your 99 somewhere. Teleport. Play after attack is declared and before defense is chosen. Yeah, triple blue. Target creature is unblockable. The only problem with this is we have cards like Rogue's Passage now, which I think... Oh, 4 mana. Okay. uh... What's the actual... Actually... Whoops. There's a space in there. Access tunnel. Okay. So, if it's a smaller creature, yeah, power 3 or less. If it's a smaller creature, you want access tunnel. Although teleport just does allow damage to just go through. The problem with that is you also have invisibility, which is like a 2 blue enchantment that says target creature can only be blocked by walls, basically. Caster may change. Okay, so 1 dream coat, 1 blue enchant. Caster may change target creature's color to any other color. Limit of 1 change per turn. Okay. Yeah. So, dream coat. So this allows you to take a creature, the creature that's enchanted by Dreamcoat, and change it to whatever color you want, as often as you want, but only once a turn. So, in that case, it's like, I can, once on my turn, once on your turn, etc., etc. The Oracle wording opens its flexibility, though. Because originally it says target creature's color to any other color. Its Oracle text says basically any color combination. Interesting. Hard to find a home for it. But that's interesting. Again, it's rare where the color of a card is going to matter. But black cards. Lesser werewolf. Hey, look, I'm playing werewolves. Okay, now I'm actually going to sit here and read this card. What? Yeah, I don't think I ever processed what it actually did when it was a thing when I was... Again, this was the first set to come out after I started playing. So, Lesser Werewolf. 4 mana for a 2/4. Pay a black, gives this -1/-0 till end of turn. Put a -0/-1 counter on target creature that blocks or is blocked by the werewolf. So it's going to deal the same amount of damage. It's going to deal the same amount of damage to the creature, but the werewolf's power shrink is temporary, whereas the opposing creature's toughness reduction is permanent. So it will eventually kill a thing. Use this ability after defense is chosen but before damage is dealt. Okay. So stops you from playing with stack tricks. You may not use this ability to reduce the lesser werewolf's power below 0. That's adorable. However, if the lesser werewolf's power is 0 at the time the ability resolves, right. Right. Okay. Yep. Yeah. If I'm playing Werewolf Tribal and I'm playing black, I would be considering this card. Now the problem with Werewolf Tribal is it's generally green or red-green. No, when I say green in this context, I mean mono green. But it's not unreasonable if you're playing Werewolf Tribal to be playing black. If you're playing Werewolf Tribal and you're playing black, I would be considering this card. Cyclopean Mummy. Never really cared for it when it existed, and it's even worse now. You know, it's a 2 mana, 2/1 zombie. When it dies, exile it. Now, the wording back in the day makes it look like it was a replacement effect. It's the Oracle text. It says it's a trigger. So that does make some small amount of difference. Not a lot, but it does make some small amount of difference. Which means you can respond to its trigger by doing something else with it. So, highly unlikely to be playable. I think that's one of those niche cards you'd have to find a reason for it. Hellswarm, 1 black. All creatures get -0 till end of turn. I think even for a single black, Nausea's minus. Sorry, I have to check up on a thing. Okay. We're good. Poop. Noodle. What was it? Grr. Oh. Yeah. Here's the thing. The next set give us Marsh Gas, which was the exact same card, but minus 2 power. Yeah. Not worth playing. Quagmire, slightly more likely to see play. Island Walk, I think, has got some usefulness. Swamp Walk, probably more common on the individual card level. But as for playability, probably I might say less so. You know what? I'm gonna do a thing. Whoops. There we go. Sorry, I just noticed how it looked like on my stream. I should have fixed that earlier. I did not. I apologize. Mold Demon. 7 mana for a 6/6, sack unless you sack 2 swamps. With really, really odd art. Now, if you're one of these, speaking of odd, if you're one of these odd people that likes to do really off the wall, way back in the day sort of themes for commander decks, like modern decks for commander commonly end up being, you know, X creature type tribal or, you know, Y kind of strategy or something of that nature. Even the weird ones, like take a look at my list. Control, ramp, lots of combos. You know, spitting out more than one, spreading out multiple creatures. Ramp, cantrip, rat reanimator, aristocrats. Uh, spelled auras, triggers, basically spell slingers, control, elves, mill. This one might count. This one might count. Flicker. This is basically aristocrats, but you're stealing opponent's creatures. Reanimator. Basically a ramp deck. Basically a ramp deck. Basically a ramp deck. Pauper. Exile deck. Dragon's Approach. One of the many lines of, you know, Relentless Rats, etc., where multiple cards of the same, multiple copies of the same card. Elves, aggro, unblockable, control basically. That's essentially a reanimator deck. Curses. This is a reanimator deck. Ramp. Kali of the Vast is essentially it's a ramp deck for, in this case, angels. Splinter Twin, life gain, extra turns, extra combats. Like most of these. 3 tickets to the zoo, please. Like, you could make an argument for that one. You could make an argument for that one. You know, draw, poison, granting abilities, combo pieces, removal, zoo staff, other, which is ramp, and then lands. You could make an argument for this one being odd, in like thematically speaking, but like we're not talking like back in the day. There you used to occasionally hear decks along the lines of, you know, quote unquote ladies looking left. Well, okay, that meant that you had to look at the artwork. Does it have a female character? Yes. Is she looking this way? Notice how, you know, I am looking to the left. I'm not a woman, but I'm looking left. And that's what the deck would be based on. So Mold Demon, realistically speaking, it's 7 mana for a 6/6 with no abilities other than having to sack lands when it comes into play. Now that being said, sacking lands isn't necessarily a drawback. And they don't have to be basic swamps either. So Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth, which is likely to see play in a deck like this, you sack any 2 lands. Well, maybe they're lands that want to be sacrificed. Or maybe they're lands like, for example, if you've got Urborg out, and you've got Pajuka Bog out, and you've got, say, Crucible of Worlds, this gives you a way to replay your Pajuka Bog and suddenly eat somebody else's graveyard. So it does have its uses. There are times when that is an easier hoop to jump through than others. Oh no. Ashaya, Soul of the Wild. Non-token creatures you control are forest lands in addition to their other types. So, all your non-token creatures are now forests. You take that and you add Urborg Tomb of Yawgmoth, and suddenly all your non-token creatures are also swamps. I can now sack 2 creatures. Or a creature in a land, or 2 lands, or whatever. So that, in combination with Ashaya, suddenly makes things really interesting. This might be why it's part of the reason why it's actually an $18 card. Because there's more use to having a forced sacrifice, forcing you to sacrifice creatures like Solemn Simulacrum, for example. It's one of those cards where, oh no, I have to sacrifice a creature. I guess I'll sacrifice Solemn Simulacrum. Keep in mind, this trick will not work with tokens, because Shaya specifically mentions non-token creatures. But it works. Jovial Evil. Oh, yes. If you want to play a mono black burn deck, I am very sad that Christopher Rush died. But if you want to play a mono black burn deck, this is a silly card to play. This is one of those cards where you're going to want some kind of color changing effect of some sort. The easiest example would be, Painter's Servant. Turn everything white. Alternatively, some kind of effect that can affect Jovial Evil while it's still on the stack and say, green creatures or whatever. And however many creatures they have, this deals double that in damage for 3 mana. I'll tell you right now, if I was playing a black burn deck of any sort, Storm combo counts. In an Eternal format, I just might consider throwing this in my sideboard. If I end up at the point where I've got extra mana and I can save on, like, my opponent's got 5 creatures out. Let's say they're playing with Monastery Mentor. They're playing with Monastery Mentor. They've got 4 tokens out. So the Mentor plus 4 tokens, so 5 creatures. This will deal 10 damage to them. That means I only need a storm of 3 more spells? Have I got that right? Jovial Evil would deal 10, so I need to deal 10 more damage. Tendrils is 1. Jovial Evil is 1. I only need 3 more spells. And it's not unlikely Dark Ritual is one of them. Wow. You could... yeah, I want this. If I'm playing Tendrils and my opponent's playing with white creatures, playing white creatures plural at all. So more than just a chroma or whatever, but like creatures. Yeah, again, not what I'm looking for. Not what I'm looking for to talk about right now. But I think a consideration for sideboard in Eternal in actual competitive decks, depending on what you're looking for. Anyway, ship me a Night Stalker. Oh yeah, and so yeah, if you're Jovial Evil, may be worth a consideration in certain groups. Ship me a Night Stalker. All damage should be dealt to you this turn by target attacking creatures dealt to Shim. Okay, so this is basically a black veteran bodyguard that's bigger, but only redirects from one attacker to itself. But it will take it all. If there was an aura or equipment or something, and I don't think there is, that could take the ability of Brash Taunter and Stuffy Doll, and I forget what the black one is called, to redirect damage from itself to another player. And you throw that on the Shimian Night Stalker. Nope. Oh. Oh, to its controller. Barbed Servitor. Its controller loses that much life. Or tell when There. Blazing Sunsteel. Whenever a quick creature's dealt damage, deals that much damage to any target. Donanopa. Okay, so Blazing Sunsteel. So Shimian Night Stalker and Blazing Sunsteel. That's kind of hilarious. You just gotta find a way to keep the Shimian Night Stalker alive. Damn it. I know I sound awful right now, I'm sure. Anyway. So there's a way to make it work. But there's only one equipment that I saw and no auras. I think this is better as one of the I can't afford to get hit by another creature. Or I can't afford to get hit by that creature. So this is one of those, a sacrificial lamb, as it were. Oh yes, well, a putrid flesh. Remember when we were talking earlier this episode about enchanted being? Damage done to wall putrid flesh by creatures with enchantment cards played on them is reduced to 0. So it's a 2/4 pro white wall, which means it's got defender, for 3 mana, which in of itself is actually kind of decent. Prevent all damage that would be dealt to wall of putrid flesh by enchanted creatures. If somebody in your group likes playing with Zer, the Enchanter, or other similar cards, where enchantments do a lot, or, the deck cares a lot about enchantment. Oh my dog. Like, this would turn around and hate. Where are you? Where is Squee? This one. Okay. Draconic Destiny gives it flying. Frenzied Rage and Giant Spectacle give Menace, which is kind of. Shiv's Embrace also gives flying. Telenoli's Crown also gives trample. Yeah, okay. But yes, Wall of Putrid Flesh. So I've got probably a half a dozen ways of giving some sort of evasion, but realistically, only a couple that would stop. Only a couple that could fly over a wall. But that's also the way the deck was built. A red aura that gives flying plus power boosts is not easy to come by. I think this should see more play, partly because of the protection from white stuff. Like, it can't be sourced, it can't be, passed. It can't be generously gifted. And if your opponent is playing any sort of hexproof deck, let's say, don't care. This feels like if you're okay playing a defensive creature, if you're okay playing a wall in the figurative and literal sense in this case, Wall of Putrid Flesh should actually be a consideration. Next, Ghost of the Damned. 3 mana, 0/2 spirit. Tap, target creature gets -1/-0 till end of turn. I'm pretty sure we will eventually find, tap, target creature gets -1/-1 till end of turn. Or, what was... Yeah, Saltfield Recluse. 3 mana, for a 1/2 human rebel cleric. Target creature gets -2/-0 till end of turn. An easier cast, because it's 1+2, like 1 blue plus 2 versus 2 black plus 1, for a 1/2 versus a 0/2, and gives -2 instead. Now, to be fair, not the same color. But reducing power. Hey, your goal! Mr. 9-3. Woo. Yargle, I am here to bargle. Yeah, I don't know if you've caught either. Aw, boo. I don't know if you've caught any of the last couple of streams, because my memory is, well, worse than an MTG Goldfish. I've been going through the earliest sets in the game. Like, I'm basically going to go through every set. Probably at least until at least the start of Modern. I'm not going through every single card. I'm going through, like, probably what EDH Rec says are the bottom, like, 10 or 12 cards or whatever in each set. By color. And so I took a look at what's in Legends, and I'm going to be splitting it in two. And I might go through the entire thing tonight. I don't know. But I've done white and I've done blue. Like, I'm going through Legends right now. I've done white and I've done blue. And I'm going through black. And I look at Ghosts of the Damned and I'm like, Saltfield Recluse is like the same but better. Nice. Oh my god. Transmutation. I remember seeing this and thinking, I mean, it was cute. This would turn you into a 3/9. I wouldn't know, and I'm not asking. Yeah, I'm if this goes back to when damage still went on the stack, I'm sure this was a lot better. Because combat damage using the stack means it would be assigned, and then you could play effects, and then it would be dealt. And you could take Yargle, attack with it as a 9-power creature, put the 9 damage on the stack, use Transmutation, switch its power and toughness around, so that when it resolves, it's basically a 9/9 that combat. And in a situation like that, I'd want Ice Ground Scepter for this. I don't know if there's enough stuff that's worth swapping parent toughness for. Cherix might have an interest in it. Although you'd have to be playing a general that allows you to play Cherix, which is blue, and play black at the same time. Of course, this could also be a hate card against Toughness Matters decks. You know, because suddenly, your 1/8 wall is, you switch its parent toughness around, and now it's an 8/1, and now it's doing 1 damage instead of 8. Yeah, I wonder. Now you're making me wonder. How dare you do this? Excuse you? uh... Alright, fine, you're not gonna be that way. You. um... Okay. So it is still a card that does see some play. Whenever click becomes target. Okay. What about transmutation? Yeah, I mean it. Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm. So this is Esper. Uh, Basically just splashing black. Yeah, not even in the sideboard. Just splashing black for transmutation and a couple of Devour Flesh. Which you sacrifice your own creature after you've targeted it a bunch to gain a bunch of life. Got it. Okay. Main deck burn hate, basically. It's basically your Weather the Storm. What's the other one I saw here? This one. And this one is this one's straight Orzhov. With one pestilence in the main and one on the side. And this is actually black deck that splashes white for the nomads, the spiritualist, task force, and spirits encore. Because the Apostle's Blessing, you don't need white mana for it. Grim Harvest, what do you do? Oh, you're the raised dead that's got recover. Okay. Knight's Whisperers, Severed. Knight's Whisper is an interesting call. Oh, yeah, because you don't have creatures that you want to sacrifice as readily as you do with other decks. Got it. Severed Strands. So this is basically an Innocent Blood that gives you extra life. Yeah, this is 2021. That is an interesting list though. But yeah, the most recent one is from this past October, and that's the Esper one that basically just splashes the black. And it's basically Azorius otherwise. Uh, the one thing I hate about goldfish. You can't backspace very easily out of their sight. Um, but yeah, what was I saying about transmutation? Yeah, if you know somebody likes playing with with toughness matters decks, or like we were looking at those other decks, if you've got some way to abuse, you know, some way to abuse it. Um, you've got say a 1/3 that gets targeted by a bunch and gets +2, gets +0/+2 every time it's targeted or whatever. Then you just swap its power around, mid combat and go, hey, by the way, take 37. So it can be used as a kill spell. Uh, eh, it's doable. I did I? Oh yeah, I'm on the third already. Okay. Giant Slug. Giant Slug I like. I just always thought its activation cost was too high. But basically, you pay 5 mana now, and the next turn it gets basic land walk at the appropriate. It gets a basic land walk. Until the end of the following, until the end of that turn. You could, if you wanted to, pay 25 mana and say, I don't care what you've got, it's getting all the land walks. You probably only need to do it once, but realistically, giving it flying. Oh, I know, right? But realistically, like giving it flying or something of that nature would be just so much easier. You could give it flying, you could give it shadow, you could give it, horsemanship. I mean, that might be a little more difficult. You could give it salt. Here you go. You want to give it salt? Here you go. But again, this feels like one of those cards where, unless you've got a very specific reason for playing it, like, going back to my 5 color deck down here, where it's literally based on playing animals. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if there's enough cards to play Slug Tribal. There might be. Actually, you know what? Let's look that up. Eight. um, 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 and you'd have to play. You'd have to play. You'd have to play John. Oh no, you'd have to play. You'd have to play 4-color at least because Toxrill wants you to also play blue. So you could get away without playing white. Um, yeah, no. Yeah, I don't think Slug Tribal would work the way we want it to. Yeah, yeah, no. Sorry, Argle. It is not. I cannot bargle with that. Yeah. Uh, but like I was saying, unless you've got a very specific reason for playing for giants, there's there's better cards. Even at common, there's better cards. Uh oh yeah, Glyph of Doom. Doom 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 doomy doom doom doom. No? Okay. If Arcades, well, yeah, walls. The thing is, in the early days of Magic, walls were actually really, really good. Like this thing. 3 mana for a 0/8. I mean, sure, no power. But try and get through 8 toughness. You're dealing with ground, it's great for blocking. Like it will block oh, what do you call it? Oh. It will block well, it'll barely block Force of Nature. I was thinking Colossal Dreadmaw, which isn't an amazing creature, but is a 6-power trampler. And you're paying 6 mana for it. And Wallstone just takes a look and goes, okay, and? Oh, easily. Easily. It would have kicked Force of Nature to the curb. Although, that being said, Force of Nature. Boop. You must pay quad green during your upkeep or it deals 8 damage. Yeah. You can still attack with it and everything else. You just also might additionally take 8. I would not complain about playing Force of Nature based on that. But yeah, Glyph of Doom. if you are playing with walls. But yeah, like I said, walls were because walls back in the day were an actual legitimate big deal. Glyph of Doom if you are playing with walls. Oh, oh, that's the other thing. All creatures blocked by a target wall are destroyed at the end of combat. Hi, changelings. Yeah, people forget changelings are also walls. So, I don't know. Do I poke Tomer over at MTG Goldfish and go, hey, by the way, you know your tribal decks? Yeah. Glyph of Doom? What? Glyph of Doom? At this turn's next end of combat, destroy all creatures that were blocked by that creature till end of turn. If you get a way to. Yeah. Oh, that's hilarious. You play with changelings, especially if they've somehow got some way. Was it Yer I was looking at? No, it wasn't Yer. Although Yer is a card I was looking at. I can't remember what it was called, but there was a card I was looking at to help block additional creatures during Unlimited, I think it was. No. Two-head joined a forest was the starting point. No, it wasn't Veteran Bodyguard. No. No. It wasn't any of those kind of cards. What were you? Blaze of Glory. Target creature defending player controls can block any number of creatures this turn. It blocks each attacking creature this turn of Fable. That's the card I was thinking of. No. But Blaze of Glory combined with like Glyph of Doom. Those two, and what was that? Like, what? Yeah, one black mana and one white mana on a changeling. Turn around and go, I block everything, they all die. You don't have to worry about having death touch or anything like that. Alright. Red cards. Hyperion Blacksmith. 2 red, 1 other for 2/2 Human Artificer. Which makes sense. He's a blacksmith, so Artificer makes sense based on that. You may tap or untap target artifact and opponent controls. If you've got somebody playing with a bunch of artifact creatures for whatever reason, or even just specific artifact creatures that you care about, being able to go tap, no, tap it down. Wait, what? Yeah, no, tap it. Or conversely, An artifact that has an ability that says as long as it's untapped. Yep, good old red. Tap down your Blightsteel Colossus. Hey, don't kid yourself. One of my favorite cards in mono red in my mono commons deck is this thing. It's hilarious. Whenever you cast a creature spell, tap target creature. It is 1 red. just imagine. Declare attacks. Okay, once we get, after we get into the combat step, before you declare attackers, I have an effect. Okay, I'll cast, I don't know, white mainline or whatever, some random cheap flash creature, and I'll tap down your Blightsteel Colossus. Wait, what? No big deal. Great card. It's even funnier if it's like an instant with buyback or something like that. Oh no, that doesn't work. It's not when a creature comes in play, it's you cast a creature spell. Oh well. But yeah, Hyperion Blacksmith, honestly, I think deserves more love. If you decide to do something like Artificer Tribal, or, I mean, some people might turn around and go, yeah, Beefcake dot deck, okay. I don't see him wearing a shirt. Yeah, there's, I would say there's enough artifacts that see play in your general deck that this is actually, like, if somebody's being silly enough and playing with Mana Vault, at the end of if they've got it untapped, you can just, at the end of the turn before theirs again, go, by the way, I'm going to tap your Mana Vault and make them waste 4 mana. Which is not nothing. I think this has got to see more play. I really do. It doesn't look like a lot, but just being able to twiddle an artifact, if somebody's being mean and playing with Winter Orb or Static Orb, and they have a way to tap it, then just before their turn starts, you go, hey, by the way, I'm going to untap your Winter Orb for you. What? Yeah, I'm going to untap your Winter Orb for you. But oh, it's fine. So you don't have to worry about doing it during your untap step. Make them have to only untap 1 land, just like everyone else does. I think this has got enough homes to actually get into. Crimson Mana Core. Again, probably, again, this is for one of 2 types of decks. This is either for a pinger type deck, in which case it's actually a reasonable size. It's actually a reasonable cost for what it is. But it only hits creatures in combat. No! You're getting attacked by a 3/9, are you? Okay, better go deal with it. Yeah, I think for womp womp. I think the biggest problem Crimson Mana Core has is the fact that it can only ping creatures in combat. It's still an okay card. It's 4 mana for a 2/2 flyer, which is, I mean, Dragon Whelp stat-wise is better than that. You get a 2/3 out of it at least. But it's fine. I think this would end up being if you're playing it. I think if you're playing this card, you're playing like Manticore Tribal or something similar. I probably would find a much better use for it. Or you're doing something like, you know, pre EDH or like old school EDH even. Uh, Crevice. If somebody's playing with goblins, Crevice is actually, is actually fine. Otherwise, I wouldn't bother. Beast of Bogardan, you're basically looking at Akron Legionnaire, I think it was. Yeah, sorry, Ivory Guardians. You're looking at the flip side of Ivory Guardians, except here's the thing: 6 mana, 4/3/3, pro red. 5 mana, 4/3/3, also pro red, which is kind of interesting. It's got protection from its own color, whereas the Ivory Guardians have protection from an opposing color. Usually at this point in the game, when they're dealing with protection, usually it's protection from an opposing color. So their choice of going, well, no, we're going to give you protection from your own color. You didn't really have that. You didn't really have a white creature with protection from white or a blue creature with protection from. I mean, blue didn't really end up with protection from a color to begin with. Usually, when it did, though, it was red. Or, yeah. But Beast of Bogardan, a full colored mana less. The same abilities that the Ivory Guardians had in terms of being, being bigger. Oh, that's why. It itself only gets the pump. The Ivory Guardians pumped all the other Guardians. The Beast of Bogardan only pumped themselves. That's why there's that mana difference. That being said, I think you can generally assume in a typical 4-player game, I think it's fair to assume that in general this is going to be a 4/4 pro red. And I think I'm okay with that. I think if I'm paying 5 mana for a creature, I think I'm okay with a 4/4 pro red. Which means it lives through. I mean, it lives through some of the mass removal that's out there. Unlike, Ivory Guardians, where I'm less thrilled with it, you have to build around it to make it actually do its thing, because by itself you're looking at 6 mana for 4/4 pro red in a color that gets protection fairly easily Beast of Bogardan, I think because it's a full colored mana cheaper, I am more comfortable with that in a commander deck. Um, is it worth playing? I don't know, but I'm certainly happier with that over the Ivory Guardians in general. At least with respect to commander. If you're playing a typical 4 out of 60 card deck, then yeah, by all means, play the Ivory Guardians because they pump each other. Whereas the Beast of Bogardan, if I listen, I've been playing Magic long enough, and most of the time I've been playing decks that have a sideboard. Even my casual decks, I will put together some kind of flavorful sideboard to go along with it. So I've got like this really bad mono green ramp deck that tries to ramp out things like Crawworm, which is basically just a 6 mana 6/4 vanilla creature. I'm not trying to do anything big or broken or anything like that. Or I forget what the Kavu was called, but it's a 5 mana 3/3. I think it was trample. Comes in and play draw a card. And basically, it's a slightly smaller owlbear. Yeah, in a deck like that, if I had a bunch of Ivory Guardians, throw in like 4 Ivory Guardians and maybe 4 clones, and then just some like other random stuff to mess around with. And suddenly all my Ivory Guardians, if I have all 8 of those cards out, they each get +7/+7, so now they're all like 10/10 pro red. Have fun. But yeah, Beast of Bogardan, probably better than I expected back in the day. Probably more playable now. Because as soon as somebody drops land tax, now you got a 4/4 pro red for 5 mana, which is fine. Wall of Opposition. Again, like I was saying to Yargle, walls used to be a really big deal back in the day. Because, like, there weren't as many good playable creatures. There weren't as many good playable creatures. So, like, for example, one of the best cards back then was Lord of the Pit. Who looked like that, or the version I remembered was that. 7 mana for a 7/7 flying trample, which sounds great. The beginning of your upkeep, sack a creature other than it. If you can't, he deals 7 damage to you. Now, if you have 2 Lords of the Pit, you can sacrifice one to the other, and vice versa, and so have them both die. But, that being said, Lord of the Pit required a creature sacrifice every turn. Force of Nature, as we were looking at earlier, had an upkeep cost of quad green. It's a 6 mana 8/8 trample, but an upkeep cost of quad green, or you take 8. So because of stuff like that, walls were actually something that made a difference because, you know, for their cost, they had high toughness. And in the case of wall of opposition, for example, I drop down a wall, try and get through that. You know, like I was showing earlier, Wall of Stone, 3 mana for 0/8. Good luck with that. Wall of Opposition, 0/6. Pay 1 mana of any color, and it gets +1/+0 till end of turn. Did a lot. You know, again, if you're playing some sort of toughness matters deck, you might want this, but probably less likely. Here's the thing, I find Wall of Opposition is less likely to see play than, say, you know, a Wall of Putrid Flesh, or, what do we have here? I don't quickly see one in blue. I don't quickly see any in white, but that doesn't mean there aren't any. It just means I'm not looking for them. But Wall of Opposition was fine because of what it did. It's not. Hilariously, I think its ability to be pumped makes it less likely to see play in a typical commander deck that would have an interest in a card like it in the first place, i.e. something that's got more toughness than power, or more toughness than mana, so a toughness matters deck. If you're looking to play a generic wall deck, on the other hand, a generic wall/defender deck, then Wall of Opposition might be right up your alley. And you might be the kind of person to be looking at cards like Dark Maze and Wall of Swords and basically Sunweb. Any walls that has, you know, if you can give it the ability to attack, it's going to deal damage. And Wall of Opposition, I think, would fit nicely in that deck. But again, you'd have to be playing the appropriate kind of deck for that. And that's walls. While they were a thing realistically back in the day, they have so much fallen out of favor. They're just not a thing anymore. Frost Giant. 6 mana for a 4/4 giant with Rampage of 2. All this needs is some additional ability. First Strike, Trample, you know, Death Touch, something. And I think if you're playing Giant Tribal, this might be a card that's worth considering. I think if you're playing Giant Tribal and you're playing red, and in my opinion, a Giant Tribal deck should be looking at red as its starting point, I think it's worth playing. Because that Rampage 2, it doesn't look like a lot. But that means that you either block it with one creature, or you have to block it with a group of creatures that are going to be at least 3/3s to compensate for the fact that it gets Rampage of 2. If you block with 2 3/3s, you have 6 points of power and toughness from that, and then this is getting Rampage of 2. So that's going to make um, so that's going to make this, because again, you ignore the first one, two blockers, you ignore the first one, so one left over. 1 times +2 +2. This is going to be a 6/6 if it's blocked by 2 creatures. So you're going to need like 2 3/3s to kill it. and if all you have are 2 2s, you might as well just chump block. Oh my dog. If this thing ends up with menace, it's going to be a menace. You can't chump block it. Yeah, so many keywords just end up so good on as soon as the creature's got rampage, like a vaguely reasonable rampage number, like 2 or higher. Yeah, I think Frost Giant should see more play. Corn Trench Gnomes. You play this when you want to be a dick to white players. Why? So, you cannot stop them from tapping the land for mana, either in response to this ability, or, you cannot use this to interrupt their ability to tap it for mana by changing what kind of mana it generates. However, that being said, once the ability resolves, that land is forevermore just going to tap for colorless mana. Now, there are times when you want that. If you're playing with cards like Eldrazi Displacer, for example. Let me just pull that up real quick. Because its activated ability requires specifically a colorless mana. It's 3 mana, one of which has to be colorless to activate. So you can actually turn on one of your lands if you haven't got a colorless source yet, and be able to start to triggering or activating your Eldrazi Displacer all of a sudden. That's a thing you can do. But usually what it's going to be is to stop people from tapping it for colored mana. And slowly drain them out of the game. Well, drain is probably the wrong word. But it's hard to cast spells and activate abilities and whatever else when your lands keep getting shut off. So, yeah. I mean, it only affects one land a turn, but it affects that land for the rest of the game. And it doesn't matter if the gnomes leave the battlefield. It's going to affect the rest of the game. Yeah. This is red being nice when it comes to land destruction. Because it's not blowing up your land. Actually, I don't know what's worse. Your land getting blown up, or your land getting turned into something that's much less useful. But yeah, I don't think it's if your group is okay with people that like to just stop one person at a time from doing the thing or whatever. I'm not going to tell you what kind of game you should play or shouldn't play. I think it's the kind of card that I would put in a deck once, try it out, and then either go, okay, I've had my fill, or just leave it in there as like a Rattlesnake card. Keep in mind, it is a 4-mana 1/1. It's not exactly, it's easy to kill. And white also has ways of flickering its stuff, so I wouldn't be too worried about it. But no, as soon as you play it, any white player is going to look at you and go, you realize that's dead now, right? Now that being said, if you're playing Gnome Tribal, there's only 29 gnomes in the game. Whoops. Sort by color. Let's try that again. 6 white, 4 blue, 3 red, 2 green, 2 multicolored, and 12 artifacts. 29 cards. I think white, red, black. So 29, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You lose out on 7 to play Jan Jansen or Jeskai. You lose out on 3 to play Tetsin. Okay. Yeah, if you're playing Gnome Tribal, you might feel you have to play it because, you have to play white, red, and either black. Well, you have to play white, red, and possibly black, or possibly blue. I think you could get away without it. I think if you're playing Gnome Tribal, you probably don't want to play it, but you might feel you have to. It's Blazing Effigy. When it dies, deals X damage to target creature, where X is 3 plus the amount of damage dealt to this by other sources named Blazing Effigy. Alright, so Blazing Effigy dies. It deals 3 damage to another creature. If that creature is another Blazing Effigy, so I deal 3 to this, where X is 3 plus the amount of damage dealt to this. So this would now deal 6 when it dies. If that's another Blazing Effigy. Okay, so it does chain as long as it keeps hitting more Blazing Effigies. However, once that damage gets shot to a creature that's not a blazing effigy, pardon me, once that damage is shot to a creature that's not a blazing effigy, now it stops and only deals 3 damage. Okay. And of course, if there's no other creatures in play, it does nothing. This really needs for this to be considered. It's a 2 mana 0/3 that when it dies deals 3 damage to a creature. Which is actually fine. It's kind of a lightning strike. Two damage for a 0/3 that when it dies deals 3 damage to a creature. I think is fine. It's an elemental. If you're playing elementals, you know, like Horde of Notions, which, let's be honest, hasn't seen much play in a long time. But if you're playing something like Horde of Notions and you're playing an elemental deck, I think this is worth playing. You know, you play this instead of something like Lightning Bolt, because there are people that will play cards like Lightning Bolt. Lightning Bolt is so much better in a, in a 60 card, or more relevantly, a 20 life format, or maybe a 25, if you're playing like Two-Headed Giant or something like that. But yeah, this is so much better because it's also then becomes the kind of card that people are like, I don't want to kill that. Why? Because I don't want to lose my creature. Also, hilariously, you can use this as a creature to put into, like, if you want to go for an Aristocrats deck and you don't want to play black for whatever reason and you want stuff to sack, this is a hilarious thing to sack. I could see myself playing this card in Commander. I'd have to find the right kind of deck to build. Actually, did I... Oh, I did the Rakdos Reanimator already. Oh no, that's Rakdos Reanimator. Rakdos Steel and Sack. Oh, Dragon's Approach. Maybe I'll put it in there. I haven't figured out how to exactly build that one yet. I've got places I can find. And then Backdraft. So that reverberation that I mentioned earlier, Backdraft is basically the same thing, but only takes the damage and only deals half of it. However, you can wait until somebody's cast a bunch of sorceries and then go, oh, by the way, yeah, you know that fireball that you cast for like 24 earlier? By the way, take 12. Compared to reverberation, which is 4 mana, but takes all the damage and just goes, hey, by the way, you did this much? Take it all. Take it all yourself. Backdraft I like. I think I prefer reverberation because sure it costs twice as much, but it can just. The thing about backdraft is, oh, hold on a moment. I have a. I don't think. Oh, that's the other part reason why reverberation's like 24 bucks. It's also on the reserved list. But it's still a really good card. Um but yeah. If I think if you're playing I think if you're trying to build a burn deck of some sort for Commander, Backdraft is the sort of card that you want to throw in. You know, and you can just take somebody out by going, "Oh, you cast Chain Lightning. Here, you can take half of that, right?" Uh, the copies are controlled by the player who copied the spell. What do you mean? Okay. Yeah. I has the sads. Backdraft. Backdraft and the like will not work the way I want it to work. I.e., So I'll scroll down a bit. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, wow. Second most common card. Okay. Chain Lightning. 3 damage to any target. Then the person you hit or the controller of whatever you hit can pay double red to make another copy of Chain Lightning and send the copy back elsewhere with all the abilities that it has, i.e., that player or controller of that permanent can pay double red and send it bouncing, so on and so forth. Bam, 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 bam. Yeah. As long as people have red mana, you can do silly things. Unfortunately, Backdraft and Reverberation, because those are all individual spells being copied and whatever, can only target a single instance of that spell. So I am sad. Anyway, Wrathy Berserker, Rampage of 3. So remember how I mentioned that with Frost Giant, you know, it had Rampage of 2 and you would need 2 3/3s to block it because it's a 4/4. By the way, difference of 1 mana. This loses 2 points of power for that 1 mana, but gains an extra point of Rampage. That extra point of Rampage is important. So, a 2/4 attacking on its own, blocked by a single creature, it's a 2/4. Blocked by 2 creatures, it's now a 5/7, which is roughly equivalent to a 6/6. So that roughly means that you need 2 3/3s to block it as well, except one of the 3/3s better be a 4/2, in which case you might as well just do it on its own. That 5/7 is going to become an 8/10 if it's blocked by 3 creatures. You see how fast that is getting out of hand. 2 creatures and it's an 8/10, which suddenly makes it bigger than the Frost Giant, which would be an 8/8. Yeah. You're playing Berserker Tribal? I would play this. And the same comments I said here, apart from the fact that, this is a giant and I would play it, this is a Berserker. If I'm playing Berserker Tribal, maybe with Lovisa, I cannot remember her name. Lovisa Cold Eyes. Yeah, if I'm playing a deck with her as my general, yeah, I want a Wrathy Berserker in the deck. Mountain Yeti. This is kind of the original red analog to White Knight and Black Knight. 2 more mana, an extra point in power and toughness, and instead of first strike it has Mountain Walk, which means that if somebody's got a mountain in play, it's unblockable. You are going to get through for damage if the defending player has a single mountain in play, which could be through Blood Moon or a similar effect. Yeah, Mountain Yeti is actually really strong for, and if you want to start throwing auras on it and whatever else, have at you. Uh, and it's a Yeti. Uh, there are 14 Yeti in Magic. Sort by color. No white ones. You play straight teamer. Oh, no. You'd have to play white because of Isu the Abominable. Damn. You'd have to. Wow. You would lose out on 8 cards if you played Isu. I would just then not play Isu and be able to play the other 13. Or play at least 4 color is the other option. Drillknock seems fine. Frostpeak Yeti kind of gives it. I mean, this is kind of like having Landwalk. You can look at the top of your library. You can play snowlands and cast snow spells from the top. Whenever a snow permanent enters, you can pay 1 Bant mana if you do put a +1 counter on this. Mountain Cycling, backup 2, and Trample. So this can enter as a 6/4 trample at worst. Hungering Yeti, 5 mana 4/4 potentially with flash. Tap to basically fight another creature. It's the Mountain Yeti we were just talking about. Snow permanent or snow creature gains first strike till end of turn. A lot of the Yetis are pre-snow, so 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 of them. It's almost a third. Comes into play, deals damage equal to its power. Okay. Come into play, fight another creature, return back to his hand as a sorcery. Vanilla 4/3, 3/4 semi-hex proof. Pumps swaps points of power for toughness. Power equal number of cards in hand. Toughness of 4. And would it go 6/6? Put +1 counter on it if it's been blocked. Oh, if this ends up in combat with another creature, this gets a +1 counter on it next turn. Otherwise, you remove 1. Okay. So Yeti is doable. You could go 3 color and yeah, and I think this would be fine. I think in a deck like this, just pushing through yeah, you could just push through damage and protection from white. Protection from removal is always good. And then Feint. Oh, Feint is hilarious. It is. I've said it before, and I'll say it again, and I'll say it again, and I'll say it again, and I'll keep saying it. I like making weird decks. The heck is this? Uh, see if I can. There it is. Terrible deck. Do not expect this to be a good deck. But this is a legacy legal mono red damage prevention / life gain deck. And this is here to gain life. This is here to prevent damage. This is here to either double damage or prevent it. This is here to potentially prevent damage. This is here to hopefully gain life. This is here to prevent damage. This prevents damage, prevent damage, prevent damage, prevent damage, prevent damage, and potentially gain life. And this is a card that I was considering for that deck. One red instant. Tap all creatures, blocking target attacking creature. So I'm attacking with this. You block with some number of other creatures. I tap those. Prevent all combat damage that would be dealt to this turn by that creature and each creature blocking it. So, my creature isn't, the one that I attacked with isn't going to deal any combat damage, but neither are the things that are blocking it. So, it's a limited red fog. Limited in that it's not very... It doesn't affect all creatures. But if you've got one creature that's being blocked by a bunch of others, especially if you're looking at, let's say, Thicket Basilisk, which is a card I keep referring back to. Let's go back to the old version. When it blocks or becomes blocked by a non-wall, because walls were a big deal back in the day, as I've mentioned before, and again, destroy that creature at the end of combat. So here's the fun part. I could attack with Thicket Basilisk with a lure on it. And lure says, hey, everything that can block it has to block it. I then cast Feint. My creature's already tapped, so that doesn't matter. Your creatures will all become tapped. Neither are going to deal damage. But Thicket Basilisk doesn't care about dealing damage. It just says, did I end up in combat with another creature? Note when I say in combat, we're talking attacking and blocking. We're not talking the fight ability, even though it suggests otherwise. We're talking literally, I attack you, I attack into you or one of your planeswalkers or whatever. You block with X. I think Feint has the... I need to pick up a few copies of this. I at least want one. I at least want one to put in my mono red deck, because that is just... It's a card people are not going to expect to come out of a red deck, which is part of the reason I want it. I think I might want to throw one in Squee as well. I attack with Squee, which is going to have a bunch of auras on it to pump its power. Somebody blocks with something that's like, oh crap, I forgot about that thing. Yoink, nope. Alright, now let's go to red. Deadfall. Forest Walk. Probably the most common color to deal with Landwalk. For Commander, I would say between Forest Walk and Island Walk, realistically speaking. Because people will play cards like, I think it's Yavimaya Dryad? Yeah, Yavimaya Dryad. Comes into play, search for a forest, put in play under target player's control, then shuffle. Probably the one most likely to see any actual amount of play. Yeah, I would probably, if I'm playing any of them, I would probably consider Deadfall. Also, that is great art. Shulkin Brownie. Oh dear. The first problem with Shulkin Brownie is it removes banding. Now that in and of itself would probably be okay. It removes banding. Except that banding really doesn't see much play. The problem was they came out with banding in Alpha, Beta, Unlimited. I don't remember there being any cards that cared about banding at all in Antiquities. I think there were a couple in Arabian Nights. Now we're at Legends. And then they decided, let's make a variant of banding called Band with Others. Let's see if I can find the master. There, Master of the Hunt. 4 mana, create a 1/1 green wolf creature token named Wolves of the Hunt. It has bands with other creatures named Wolves of the Hunt. So, that works like normal banding, which in and of itself is already a little complicated. But instead of being able to band with anything, it can only band with other creatures named Wolves of the Hunt. Whoops. Now let's go back to the Shulkin Brownie. Banding already didn't see much play. Now it removes the more limited version of banding, i.e. bands with others, until end of turn. So, apart from these terrible lands, which we'll get to when we get to lands, we have Master of the Hunt, which makes stuff that bands with others. Shulkin Brownie, which removes it, and Teleria, which again, when we get to lands, we'll cover it, but also removes it. And that's it. There's one card that bans with, that bans with something else. So the only thing that can legally be targeted, apart from using those legendary lands that do nothing except giving banding, which, again, we'll deal with that next week. Know what? I just might get through them all tonight. Yeah, Shulkin Brownie, even if you're playing Oofy Tribal or Oof Tribal, which, hilariously, it's a brownie whose card says it's a fairy and got errated to be an oof. Do not cat. Subdue. Prevent all combat damage should be dealt by target creature this turn. This creature gets +0/+X till end of turn, where X is its mana value. So, I'm not going to do... keep in mind, at this point, a lot of creatures cost more than their power suggests. Okay. So date, let's say before 1995. Power greater than... No. Mana value greater than power. 337 cards. Versus 14 cards where the power was greater. Very much lopsided. So, giving it that giant boost of, you are looking at giving it a giant boost of toughness. Add an Oak Shield, 3 mana. It's a 1/2. So suddenly this is going to become a 1/5. Or essentially, not literally, but essentially, it'll turn into a 0/5 for a single green. That kind of does a lot. Now, if we look at it, here's the funny thing. If you look at it in terms of Pauper, because take a look, it's a common. You throw that on your opponent's, Gurmag Angler, and suddenly your opponent's 5/5 is essentially a 0/12 till end of turn. Again, not literally, but effectively. This is actually hilariously, if you've got creatures got like Death Touch or something like that, this is actually an interesting way of, this isn't giving your stuff first strike, but it's kind of like giving it first strike. Because the opposing creature is not dealing damage back. Okay. Maybe worth a consideration. Rajan Spirit. 4 mana for a 3/2. Tap to make something lose flying till end of turn. Green's got a long history of not liking flying, starting as far back as like unlimited with Hurricane. And Arabian Nights had If Biff Ifrit, and you know, there's a few other cards. Actually, what have I got here? Do I have anything here that's also that ancient? Cyclone, I think. And then Raja in Spirit shows up and says, yeah, guess what? You just don't fly anymore. At least till the end of turn. Now, there are uses for that. You know, there are beneficial uses. If somebody's playing with cards like Hurricane, you can turn around and say, hey, Sarah Angel, come down here for a moment. What? No, come down here for a moment. Save her. Okay. Hurricane goes by. Well, thanks for saving my bacon. Um. So, it also means that if somebody is attacking with a flying creature, you can say, hey, by the way, come down here. Cool, now I can block you. So, this can muck around with combat and a few other things. I think if you're playing green and you want to muck around with people's abilities to do combat, you know, like, you will slowly be able to eat away at their dragons because chances are your creatures are bigger or have death touch or have something similar. And you just keep bringing the dragons down to the ground and going, Rum! Shivan Dragon flying through the air. Rajan Spirit goes, Nyomp! The hell am I doing down here? Force Nature goes, Chomp! Oops. Yeah. Worth a consideration in probably more decks than most people realize. Glyph of Reincarnation. Oh god. Cast a spell only after combat. Destroy all creatures that were blocked by target wall this turn. Okay, this is my wall. Anything that's blocked is going to, it dies. For each creature that died this way, put a creature card from the graveyard of the player who controlled that creature the last time it became blocked by that wall onto the battlefield under its owner's control. Okay, so for each of those creatures, okay, you all were controlled by this player at that point. So you guys all die. Pull you out of the graveyard, pull you out of the graveyard, pull you out of the graveyard, pull you out of the graveyard. Thunk. That's basically how that works. You trade in the creatures that were blocked by a wall for that many creature cards in the graveyard of the person who controlled that creature at the time it was blocked. Again, you're looking at tribal synergies. You know, cares about wall, but when you're looking at, you know, modern Magic, wall is just a creature type. Hey, by the way, Um, oh, if the graveyard has no creatures in it, they just yes, you can cast this targeting your opponent's spells to good effect. Well, first place the affected creatures in the graveyard and choose this. Then choose the appropriate number of creatures from the attacker's graveyard and put them on the battlefield. Some or all of them may be the same creatures that were just destroyed. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, look, my wall just tangled with Phage. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna have to poke somebody from MTG Goldfish and go, hey, by the way, have you guys looked at the glyphs from Legends? Fluorospasm. Now this thing is weird because the way the text on the card is written makes it look like the spasm itself has the ability. If Fluorospasm attacks an opponent and is not blocked, then Fluorospasm may choose to destroy a target artifact under that opponent's control and deal no damage. Basically, what happens is when you declare the spasm as an attacker, you can choose, instead of dealing combat damage, to blow up one of the defending player's artifacts instead. It's a choice you can make. It's an elemental. It's probably one of the better elementals from this early in the game. It's actually quite reasonable too. My only thing is so this is good if you want to make sure that artifacts get destroyed. So what was that land I was looking at before? No escape tunnel. Access tunnel. Power 3 or less. That's a 2-drop. Or sorry, that's 2 power. So you can use this in combination with access tunnel and just go, hey, by the way, I'm going to blow up this artifact. I'm going to blow up this artifact. You take no damage, but I'm blowing up these artifacts. Again, worth a consideration if, see, because some creatures, somebody once told me, sorry, some creatures insist that you've dealt combat damage instead. And I think it is. I like Fluorospasm's ability better in this case because it doesn't rely on damage being dealt. You can just find a way to make it unblockable, like it through access tunnel, and just go, hey, by the way, kill that. Now, are there better ways to do something like that rather than committing a creature to attacking? Sure. That being said, if you can find a way to do multiple combats and then you hit up the access tunnel where it can't be blocked this turn, multiple combats, I will attack that. I will attack and I will eat that one and I will eat that one. And access tunnel doesn't say anything about the defending player. It just says can't be blocked. Period. Have fun with that. So yeah, I think it's worth a consideration, depending on the kind of deck you're playing. Very much depends on the kind of deck you're playing. Pixie Queen. Cute card. Not a cheap card. Cute card. 4 mana for a 1/1 flyer. Keep in mind at this point we're already looking at 1 or 2 mana for a 1/1 flyer. So you're paying, let's say, 2 additional mana. And then triple green and tap her. Target creature gains flying till end of turn. That is a really, really high cost. What were you? Oh, yeah. Compare that to Flying Carpet, which is a 4 mana artifact. 2 and tap. Target creature gains flying till end of turn. 4 mana. So, assuming that green mana and colorless mana are a wash, which they're not, but assume that. This is the Flying Carpet is 1 less mana to activate. And this is a 1/1 flyer. Now let's bring the colors of mana back in. Instead of paying 4, you're paying 2 and 2. You probably could have got rid of one. You probably could have got rid of the 3rd green mana symbol. And it probably would have been close enough to a wash with Flying Carpet. You know, it would have been kind of understandable. But yeah. In modern Magic, probably not worth it. In fact, what I would probably end up doing instead is a nice Crown Scepter with this on it. Target creature gains flying till end of turn is its 3rd mode. It's a 2 mana instant. I would probably throw that on Ice Crown Scepter and call it a day instead if I wanted to be able to consistently give something flying. However, that being said, do I have you accessible? Yes, I do. That being said, I'm pretty sure I have a copy of you in this deck. I know I at least considered a copy of you for this deck. Why? Do I see it? There she is. Why do I have her in a deck if she's that bad? Because this is my mono green control deck. And my idea with that deck is if I can find a green card to do a thing rather than a colorless card, I will take the green card. And that is the reason why Pixie Queen is in my mono green control deck, because it is a green card that I can use on a regular basis to give one of my other creatures flying. So, for example, if if I have Sandworm Convergence in play. Flying creatures can't attack me or my planeswalkers. So they're all stuck coming down to the ground. At the beginning of your end step, make a 5/5. But so they're going to have to keep attacking into my 5/5s. But if I've got a leftover 5/5 that's not doing anything, on my next turn, I can throw it into the air with a Pixie Queen and attack with a flying 5/5 worm. Yeah, I only have it in that deck because of the way I am building that deck. Would not generally recommend it otherwise. Hornet Cobra. 2/1 first strike snake. For 3 mana. Can't remember the name of it. Oh yeah, Elvish Archers. 2 mana for a 2/1 first strike. 3 mana for a 2/1 first strike. What's the difference between these two? Assume creature type is a wash, because at that point, elves really didn't get much support at all. I think it might have been... I think it was after Fallen Empires by the time they actually start getting some kind of support. I think it might have been... Oh, geez. Did they actually have to go to, like, Invasion Block before they got some kind of Lord effect? Elvish Champion. Pardon me. Huh. Sort by release date. Hello Damry was in Tempest. Tempest, which gave Forest Walk and Shroud. It was realistically Elvish Champion. It was realistically Elvish Champion the first time we actually got an Elf Lord. So yeah. So you can't even count tribal synergies for a very long time. So the only difference, realistically, between Elvish Archers and Hornet Cobra to account for that extra, green mana was a rarity drop from rare down to common. I think they could have got away with making it a 2/2, and it would have been, and it probably would have been fine. That's yeah. Aisling Leprechaun. Aisling Leprechaun. All this does is make whatever it ends up tangling with in combat into a green creature. That's literally all it does. And this, unlike the Shulkin Brownie here, which got errated to become an oof, which is not on the card or in the name, actually gets to stay to be a fairy. I don't get it. But apparently that's a thing. Moss Monster. 5 mana for a 3/6 vanilla creature. Here's, again, if you're looking for a vanilla creature, I think you can do better. Mana value equal 5, ID equal green. We're looking for a 3/6 with double green. So 3 plus 6 is 9. Let's sort by power. So, slightly worse, assuming color pips don't matter. Slightly worse, slightly worse. Slightly better for an easier cost. Basically the same for an easier cost. Same as that. 4/5 works out, is also 9. Worse. 4/5 is the same. 4/5, 4/5. 5/5 is 10. 5/4 is basically the same. 5/5, 5/5, 5/5. 5/4. 6/3 is the same in reverse. 7/3 is we're looking at what, a 3/6? Yeah, so 7/3. Or if it's all green mana, you can get a 10/10. But yeah, probably about 5 or 6 steps down and you would hit Moss Monster. Questionable. Cocoon. Cocoon is hilarious. So, it's 1 green for a aura that comes into play, taps a creature. So, the funny thing is, 1 green for an aura that comes into play, taps a creature for like 3 turns. It doesn't untap, so in this case, it gets a pupa counter because, it's in a cocoon, so of course they have to give an appropriately named counter type to it. So in this case, pupa, because, pupa, larva, and all that stuff. It's in a cocoon. Comes into play with 3 of those counters. Every upkeep, you remove a counter. Once you remove So when you can no longer remove a counter, that's when the cocoon, you sacrifice the cocoon, it falls away and opens up. You put a +1 counter on the creature, and it gains flying. You can simply use this card to shut an opposing creature down for 3 turns. There are times when that actually might be enough to turn the game around for you. You know, your opponent's got some big nasty beastie. You're like, well, crap. I can't deal with that right now. Somebody's got like Blightsteel Colossus or something. You know, you cast Cocoon on it. The extra point of power, and probably having flying aren't going to make any difference. This gives you and the rest of the table 3 turns to come up with an answer. Suddenly that gives you a little bit of breathing room. Okay, so again, might actually be worth considering in, a deck that's running green that just the kind of deck where you just need a little more time. Wood Elemental. This is possible to make into a really big creature. The problem with Wood Elemental is you need a lot of land in play before you can make an actual good use of it. That being said, you're looking at 4 mana for an XX. When it comes into play, you sacrifice X untapped forests. And it has that as its parent toughness. Let's say you've got 8 lands in play. You tap 4 and you sacrifice 4. This is now a 4/4. Keep in mind, they don't have to be basic force. They don't even have to be, just forests. I.e., they can be cards like Dryad Arbor. They can be cards like, was it Awaken the Woods? I think it's called. Yeah, Awaken the Woods. 2 green plus X. Make X tokens that are basically Dryad Arbor. They're forest dryads. They're 1/1 forests. We expected the Argothians to stand their ground. We didn't expect the ground itself to stand. I love it. So what you can do is you could Awaken the Woods for like 6. Let's say. Attack with them for a few turns or whatever. And then at some point just turn around and go, okay, I don't need them anymore. Tap 4 regular lands, sacrifice your tokens, and go, cool, you're now a 6/6. So there are ways to make it work. Ashaya, again, turning all your non-tokens into forests is a thing that you can do. Beyond that, yeah, again, it's going to be difficult to make it work well. And you know what? I think I'm going to call it for a night for a change. I've been at this for almost 4 hours tonight, and I think I'm going to call it, and we'll handle the rest of this next week. I uh, unlike unlike the way I've been doing things recently, I don't want to be covering. I don't want to try and go through the entire set in one night. But I do want to take a quick look to see what's in Ether Drift. And just for hilarity's sake, I want to see what the commons are. Oh my god, we have a possum mount. That's funny. So that I saw. Broadcast Rambler. Okay, this is actually kind of funny. So it's a 5 mana 5/4 vehicle. When it comes into play, you make a 1/1. You make a 1/1 flyer. It's got crew 1. So you make the token that you can use to crew it. Collision course. Access number of permanents that are creatures or vehicles. And/or vehicles. Or destroy target artifact. That's fine. 3-bin charm's going to be better. Daring mechanic, I know I'm going to want. No, actually. No. I don't have a use for that, but there are going to be decks that people are going to want that for. If you're playing with, like, for example, the Broadcast Rambler. Or, mounts. Oh my god. Mount is a creature type, isn't it? MTG Define Mount. Mount. It is a creature type. That's hilarious. Okay. So anything that's a shapeshifter, you can pay for, that's got changeling. You can pay 4 mana to put +1 counter on. That's adorable. I love it. So, with its toughness, whenever it becomes tapped during your turn, untap it only once its turn. Okay. This is so weird. But I like this cycle of cards. I believe this is a cycle. 2 mana for 2/2. Start your engines. When you've got max speed, 3 and exile it from your graveyard to draw a card, which doesn't sound like a lot. But when you're dealing with commons for whatever reason, and I'm just going to pull up my mono white commons deck here as an example. This entire deck is based around I spend 1 card, I get at least 2 bodies out of it. And, this is one way to generate card advantage. But you also want to be able to, draw more cards somehow at some point. And realistically, I only had these as options. And Spare Supplies love the card because it's, it's one of the few ways that you can get in a deck that's basically not blue in just commons. 2 to cast, come into, enters tapped, don't care. Comes into play, draw a card. Pay 2 and sack it to draw a card. So, yes, I've spent 4 mana and I've had to wait at least a turn. But I drew 2 cards out of it by spending 1. That is a big deal. That is a really big deal. This is why I have Bonder's Ornament, Clockwork Fox, Skycrier, Spare Supplies all on the deck to draw extra cards. And Clockwork Fox, it's possible I might want Leonin Surveyor in instead, because I can exile it from my graveyard to draw a card. Now, I'm probably going to keep the Fox instead, because when it leaves the battlefield, I draw 2. But it's certainly a consideration for this deck somewhere. Because again, getting more than +1 card is really, really hard in when you're playing with just commons. Light Shield Parry, I like this card. It doesn't look like much, but it's close to being. They keep wanting to give white giant growth without giving white giant growth. You know what I mean? Like they want to get. They want green to have the cheap bulk size size change. So they give white something that would cost about comparable, but have the size change be less. Green gets giant growth, +3/+3 till end of turn for 1 mana. White would get like +2/+2 and or +2/+1 or something, and first strike. Or, +2/+2 and untap that creature. Or something along that line. A little bit smaller of a size boost. Still enough to be actually noticeable. And some other thing added on. And in this case, that something added on is cycling of 2. Which is perfectly serviceable. When you don't need it, when I have no creatures, I need to dig another creature, I'll cycle this. The extra +2 damage is not going to make any difference at this point. I'll cycle it, see if I can draw something else. I really need to hit my lands, I'll cycle it and hopefully draw a land, etc., etc. Oh my god. Light Whale enhancements. Enchant creature or vehicle. This thing is going to be annoying. +1/+1 vigilance and at max speed, which you never lose. If you have start your this start your engines max speed thing, this is going to be like whatchamacallit, this is going to be like Daybound and stuff like that, where or the Monarch, or stuff of that nature, where nothing involving it shows up. It just doesn't exist until something comes into play that says, hey, by the way, this is a thing now. You don't start off with speed. You don't start off with somebody being the monarch. You don't start off with, you know, uh, being in a dungeon or whatever. That state is zero until something comes into play where it shows up. So light wheel enhancements. And then, so start your engines. Now you have speed 1. And it will increment itself. Like it will, you don't need something to increase your speed or anything like that. It just, this is the thing that happens. Okay. Once you have max speed, which is 4, you can cast this from your graveyard. It doesn't say you can only cast it once. It says you can cast it from your graveyard. Enchant permanent gets +1/+1 and has vigilance. So it's enchant creature or vehicle. Realistically, if you're playing Pauper, you're going to throw it on a creature. But this is going to be another card like Griff's Boon and Sentinel Eyes. In fact, this might this might take over for Sentinel Eyes because you don't even have to eat stuff from your graveyard. You just need to have, I mean, it could take over from it. It could end up being used in addition. They're essentially the same card that once you have got max speed at some point, you get to cast this from your graveyard. And I believe this means anytime it's in your graveyard. So yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Lowest Guard Disciple. It's a shame this thing doesn't have flash. When it enters, target creature or vehicle gains lifelink and indestructible till end of turn. I can see this being thrown on, you know, like this is going to be a thing that when you go to attack, you know, sometimes that extra. If you are, if you're the kind of person that plays with, I think it's called Unexpected Fangs or something like that. Yeah, if you're the kind of person that likes to play with like Unexpected Fangs, it's going to be a similar kind of card here. Except, you know, this is a till end of turn thing. However, you do also get like you get lifelink and indestructible till end of turn. Unexpected Fangs, it's cheaper. The pump is permanent. The lifelink is permanent. But this also gives indestructible, which is not nothing. So, Ride's End, probably going to be too much in general. In Commander, I could see this being a thing, but it's going to be fighting for I should just kept this open. It's going to be fighting for spots with things like Angelic Purge, or more relevantly, you know, your various Introduction to Annihilation type cards. Introduction to Annihilation, Secure the Scene, Buy Your Silence, you know. which I'll say, target non-land permanent, the chance of you needing to blow up a land creature is not impossible, but it's low. That being said, if you're worried about blowing up a land creature, I mean, I had Outflank, and now I'm going to, that's going to be getting replaced with Raven Charm. When the center scry 2, crew 1. This is cute. This is basically, it's 2 mana to scry 2, and then you tap a 1 power creature, maybe one that you don't want to ever be attacking with, and swing for 3. This I could see being a slightly aggressive, a mid creature. Might not be strong enough for Popper, but maybe. Swiftwing Assailant. A 3/3 flyer for 4 mana is nothing to sneeze at. Once you've hit max speed of 4, this is now a 3/4 flying vigilance, so it's almost Sarah Angel. It's a point of power short of being Sarah Angel, which is really good. Voyager, so it could be a thing, like, the thing is, it's going to take 3 more turns from the time it comes into play till it hits that almost Sarah Angel stat. If you can get that fairly quickly and easily, that's going to I feel like the start your engine's max speed is more of a commander mechanic because it requires you waiting that 3 turns unless there's a way to increase speed. I'll have to look at that. I know there's one to slow it down. Voyager Quick Welder, 3 mana for a 2/4, which is already, like, that's basically 3 mana for a 3/3. Artifact spells cost 1 less to cast. Dude, this is gonna, this is the sort of card that makes, like, affinity players just like, oh. Yeah, that's gonna be really good. Bounce Off is an unsummoned that can also hit vehicles. If you're already looking at playing unsummoned, this is a strict upgrade. I don't think there's enough vehicles that generally see play in Pauper. It's a rare vehicle that sees play in Commander that I can think of. There are some. There's not a lot though. But if you're ever considering it for something like Modern, let's say, this would be an upgrade. Although personally, in general, I might typically play a card like Pongify instead. Depends on the creature. Flood the Engine, 3 mana, tap enchant permanent, loses all abilities and doesn't untap. Oh, that's a great removal. Like, it's not a removal spell per se, but it might as well be. Enchant creature or vehicle. When it enters, tap enchant permanent. Enchant permanent loses all abilities and doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. If it loses all abilities, Alright, just down. Uh, uh, ba, ba, ba. If the enchant creature has an ability that defines as asterisk and its power and toughness, that star is 0. Tarmogoyf, which is a star. Okay. So, flood the engine means that anything that has a variable power and power and or toughness that loses all abilities, it'll also lose the ability that gives it that power or toughness. So you replace that with 0. Tarmogoyf gets power equal to the number of card types in all graveyards, and that plus 1. So losing all abilities, it stays around. If it didn't have that plus 1 and you cast Flood the Engine on it, it would be a 0/0. And would go to the graveyard. That's a long way. Like, here's the thing. That's the thing. I already expected that to be the case. I was already sure that. I just want to look up to see what the actual rules were. Or what the actual, like, I wanted to see it. Gear Seeker Serpent. You're already going to see people playing that. Oh, this is a reprint. Yeah, I remember this. Barely, but I remember this. 7 mana for 5/6 with affinity for artifacts, which means if you've got 5 artifacts in play, this is a 2 mana 5/6. If you're playing with enough artifacts, you should at least be considering playing this in your deck somewhere. And then pay 6 mana to make it unblockable till end of turn. Glitch Ghost Surveyor. 2/2 flyer, so it's a Winddrake? That's the right one, isn't it? Yeah, Winddrake. 3 mana for a 2/2 flyer. We'll start your engines. Oh yeah. This one I am less concerned about. This one's mostly just going to be a 3 mana 2/2 flyer, which is still fine. But this one, I might actually have an interest in for my mono blue commons only deck, which, you know, aka Take Me Down to Cantrip City. Because as many cards as I can are there to draw me cards. You know, we'll probably kick out Dream Thief, actually. might kick out Scholar of the Stars instead. Yeah, probably. Um, eh, maybe, maybe not. Because this has to be in your graveyard to make you draw. So, probably won't find a use for this. This is hilarious. Guideline Optimizer. Analysis. Systems operating at 125% efficiency. Stress within expected tolerances. Exclamatory. Punch it. Yeah, 2 mana for a 2/1 that taps for blue to spend only on artifact spells or activate an ability. That's hilarious. I like this. I don't know. I don't know where it would go. I might try and find a home for it in my mono blue ramp deck. Um, do I have enough artifacts? Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7. Not worth it. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20.5, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Wow. So almost a full third of my deck I can use the Guidelight Optimizer. I think that's worth playing. And it's a 2/1 for 2, which is still fine. Howler's Heavy. Seal. Why is there a Seal Pirate? Oh yeah, and I missed some, I'm sure, because cycling. 4 mana for 3/4 when you cycle it, target. It's fine. Target creature or vehicle gets -3/-0 till end of turn. Eh. Hull Drifter is another Mull Drifter, except this one you can't get into play faster. You really need, like, enough Mull Drifters to make it worth playing a Hull Drifter for. I might have an interest in this because it comes into play, draws 2 cards. but probably not. Keen Buccaneer. Again, I might have an interest in this, but I can only use that once. Midnight Mangler. During a turn other than yours, it's an artifact. So this is going to be a 3/3 on everybody else's turn for 2 mana. That on your turn you need to crew 2 to attack with it. But it's always going to be it's a 2 mana 3/3 blocker that can occasionally attack. We've seen that before. It's just this is a different way of doing it. Nimble Thopterus, you're a reprint, aren't you? No, you're not. 4 mana 3/2. When enters, make a Thopter. It's fine. I don't see that going anywhere special in terms of Pauper. If I'm building a blue deck that's similar to my white commons only deck, I would be playing a card. I would be playing a few cards like that. This is amusing. 2 mana for a 1/3 flyer. It's fine. It basically boils down to a 2/2 flyer for 2, which is actually really good, right? 5 mana, put 2+1/+1 counters on that. That makes it a 3/5. Yes, you're paying 7 mana, but you are also paying it over 2 turns. Spectral Interference. A mana leak that is more restrictive, but eats a lot more mana. I would not complain about that. I think in Pauper, you might actually want some. You might actually, if you're playing with any sort of mana leak effect at all, you might want like mana leak in your main and then something like Spectral Interference on the side. Because that extra mana can be huge. That being said, you are paying 2 mana. You probably just tweak your mana base to support. You probably just tweak your mana base to support like Counterspell and the like. Counterspell, and I think after that it's like, I think at 2 mana the next is usually Arcane Denial. Which is actually really, really strong in Pauper. Stall out. Remember what I was saying before about Venerian Gold? This is basically Venerian Gold for 3 at 2 mana. And again, either way can be, which is huge. You're looking at Pauper. A 3-turn delay can be huge, especially if you've got like Tellurian. What's it? Tellurian Terror, I think it's called. Yeah, Tellurian Terror or similar card, and you just smash through for 5 or 6 or whatever. Trip up feels a bit slow. Although this is now like your this is now when you start looking at things like secure. I was going to say secure the waste. Secure the scene? I think that's what it was called. You know, like your introduction to Annihilation, but you don't give your opponent a card, but they put on top or on bottom instead. It's a removal spell. Chitin Gravestalker. 6 mana, 5/4. Cost 1 less for each artifact and or creature card in your graveyard. And cycling of 2. It doesn't need cycling. This does not take long to actually get to be a 1 mana 5/4. It is very reasonable for this to be a 3 mana 5/4. Because that only requires 3 artifacts and or creatures in your graveyard. That's not hard. Play Magic. Stuff will die. Then cast this on like turn 4 or 5 for like 3 mana. Or play some kind of self-milling strategy. I think I want this for my mono black aristocrat stack. Deathless Pilot 2/2 with a generally not useful, well, I shouldn't say not useful, but an ability that most people aren't going to care about. 4 mana to raise dead. Again, might want to aristocrats this, but probably not in this case. The Chitin Gravestalker, though, yes. Engine Rat. 1 mana for 1/1 Death Touch. 6 mana to make each opponent lose 2 life. I'm probably going to throw this in like my Rat Reanimator deck. If you're in the market for a 1/1 Death Touch for 1, you want this over a lot of the other options because it's got more. You know, if the ground is suddenly gummed up, you have a way to still win. Grim Bauble. When it enters, target creature and opponent controls gets -2/-2 till end of turn. Pay 3, tap, and sack it to surveil 2. That's actually pretty good because this is it Enfeeblement? No, Dead Weight? Yeah, this is Dead Weight. As an artifact, that's basically coming up. Oh, this is Disfigure that you can sack to surveil 2. Perfectly serviceable. I think if you're, this is one of those things where if you're in the market for a Disfigure effect, you might want to look at it. Grim Javelineer, 3 mana, 3/2. When it attack, target attacking creature gets +1/+0 till end of turn. When that creature dies this turn, surveil 1. So basically, it's a 3 mana 4/2 that when it dies, surveil 1. It's I think in that context it's playable. Oh, Maximum Overdrive. This is like Unexpected Fangs, but with different relevant abilities. But the lifelink counters that you get, like the lifelink that you get on Unexpected Fangs is a counter. These are just abilities. But it's Death Touch and Indestructible. This is... Death Touch is better on offense usually. Indestructible is better on defense. Both are good on defense, don't kid yourself. That's actually quite a lot of ability. This is a card that I think people should make sure they don't sleep on. Mutant Surveyor, 3 mana, 2/3. With a shade ability that's 2 colorless to use. And the exile from your graveyard to draw. I like that. might actually sneak into some. I don't know if it'll make it on Pauper. I know that in Commander I would definitely have an interest in it. I don't know where, but I would definitely have an interest in it. I mean, if I can generate infinite mana, and don't kid yourself, you can generate infinite mana in any color combination. Green is easiest, blue is pretty easy. Um, uh, White requires a bit of effort. Actually, white you don't even. The thing is, you can go like mono brown and do it without a lot of difficulty. It might take like 3 or 4 cards to combine to do it, but you can do it. Pact Altair. 4 mana for 3/4. When this or another artifact you control enters, each opponent loses 1 life. You get this is Disciple of the Vault, based on this is basically Black Soul Sister that cares about artifacts. This is going to see Commander play. I think people are going to try and find a way to make this work in Pauper. It is on the higher end. It is 4 mana. It might be a bit slow for that, but I think people are going to try. Especially if you've got ways to generate like 2 or 3 artifacts at a time. This is going to be... No, I was going to say it's like Trespasser's Curse, but that's your opponent's playing stuff. I think people are going to try and find a way to make that work. 4/3. Nah, too slow. Draw 2 cards. Each player loses 2 life. I love this. 3 mana sorcery to draw 2 cards. You know, without having to sack something first, sort of thing. Just like as a Knight's Whisper effect. You're commonly looking at, you know, you're losing 2 life, so this is like everyone's losing 2 life. This is a little... I have a mono black burn deck for Pauper. I might have an interest in this. I'll have to check to see what's in it. Spin out basically is slightly more flexible murder. This is gonna see play in. This is probably gonna see play in standard. If somebody's considering playing murder, spin out is a strict upgrade. Streaking Oil Gorger. I would say this is. Oh no, it does have haste. I was going to say it might be too weak, but because you're looking at 5 mana for a 3/3 flyer, but it has haste. That's like 5 mana for a 3/3 flyer that comes at play, deals 3 damage to your opponent. That means you're going to... It increases once on each of your turns when an opponent loses life. Yeah. So this is already going to put you at speed 2 pretty much right away. Yeah. I think this might actually sneakily, like, this might sneak into play. Siphon Fuel. 5 mana, target creature gets -6/-6 till end of turn. I know this is going to start. This is going to see some commander play. It's not going to, like, because it's hard to find cards that deal with, like, indestructible creatures. This has a way around it. You gain 2 life. I wish this was more symmetrical. I wish this was like -4/-4, and you gain 4 life, or maybe -5/-5 and gain 5. That I would be okay with. -6 kills a lot, though. You know, if you're dealing with something like Tellurian Terror, but that's 7 mana. Yeah, no. No, at that point you might as well be playing. This is why Edict Effects see so much play in Pauper. Ooh, this is going to be a tough sell for. It's going to be good. It's going to be strong enough and limited. I just don't know if it's worth playing anywhere else. Hey, so I'm just flipping. I went through white through green in Legends. Not all the cards. I'm just doing like the bottom like dozen for each color according to EDH rec. And now I'm just zipping through the commons that are showing up on the spoilers for Ether Drift. I am finding some very interesting some very interesting cards in this set so far. Wreckage Wickerfolk. The one thing people got, like, the one thing I keep looking at is when I see 1/3, my brain, like, likes to, it likes to take whatever the parent toughness is, average it out, and then compare that to the mana. So this, I don't see it as a 1/3, like, it says it's a 1/3, but my brain processes this as, like, a 2/2. It's a 2/2 flyer for 2 mana, which is pretty decent when it enters Surveil 2. That might be, like, that could actually be enough to see play in Pauper. I don't know if it will or not. It certainly feels strong enough to. The thing is, are there any decks that would actually Surveil? Maybe if you've got some kind of graveyard, like some dredge-ish deck at all. Looking at what cards you want to put in your bin and what cards you don't. You know, because card selection is always good. This thing is just funny. When it enters, target creature you control gets +2/+0 and gains trample till end of turn. You basically have a 2 mana instant to give a creature +2/+0 and trample till end of turn. I think that could possibly see some play on the back of that, and just occasionally, hey, by the way, I'm also a 3/1 every so often. I don't know if that's good enough. It might be. Because giving a creature trample is just so huge in any sort of competitive format. Clamorous Ironclad. I mean, it's hard to find a card that doesn't have value these days. Let's be honest. Clamorous Ironclad, 4 mana, 6/3 menace. Crew 3, cycling red. I think nah. Crew 3 hurts a lot unless you're building around stuff like Dynamite Driver. Because if you've got Dynamite Driver in that deck, then this is like it by itself can crew it. Crash and Burn. Destroy target vehicle or 6 damage to target creature or planeswalker. Realistically, this is going to be 4 mana for 6 damage to a creature. Honestly, if I'm considering this, I would probably play Aftershock first. It's roughly the same cost. It's not an instant, but it just kills a creature outright. It doesn't care about power or toughness or anything like that. Or if you don't need it to blow up a creature, it can also hit an artifact or land. For 4 mana, I think you can do better than 6 damage to a creature. Dynamite Driver. If you're looking at oh geez, what the heck is it called? There's a few creatures like that say, they're 1 mana 1/1s or something like that say when they die, 1 damage to any target. Something rather devil or whatever. Endrider Catalyzer. I know I'm gonna want this for my mono red commons only deck because a 2 mana 3/1 that can tap for double red. Sure, I might have to wait a few turns, but that won't be hard. That can, if things are going badly, turn 5 or 6, this is better than Soul Ring for me. And I cannot play Soul Ring in that deck because the deck in question is mono red commons, and Soul Ring, unsurprisingly, or surprising to some people, has never been printed at common. Gee, I wonder why they won't give it a common printing. What do you think, Esso? You think Soul Ring should be allowed to get a common print? Gastel Blockbuster. This feels like 3 mana. Sacrifice it to destroy an artifact. I think, or you just simply have a 3 mana 3/2. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the Blockbuster. I don't think it'll quite be strong enough. It might be worth putting in a sideboard, I don't know. I mean, again, it is a 3 mana 3/2, which is fine. Gilda 2 mana 2/2, Saddle 1. Saddle 1 is always nice. Saddle or Crew of 1 is always nice. When attack spell is saddled, make a treasure. I might want that in the deck as well. 3 mana 3/2 trample. Again, another card in the cycle. 3 mana exile from your graveyard, draw a card. I think this cycle is going to start seeing some play in Pauper. Simply do the again, getting ahead in card quantity is really hard. This is a 3 mana 3/2 with trample. That if it's in your graveyard and your speed's high enough, you can just add in some speed, exile it, and pay 3 and draw an additional card. That is getting you ahead. That gets you ahead by a card without having to spend an additional card. You know, compare, and just for convenience sake, Thunderhead Gunner. You know, discard a card to draw a card. Only once, other restrictions apply, yada yada. But discard a card to draw a card. That's what you have to be able to do to get ahead in cards. Or you have to sack something that's already in play to get ahead. So you commonly end up at card parity. And these allow you to actually get ahead. So I think these are going to see more play than people think. Here's another good example. Kickoff Celebrations, 2 mana. When it enters, you may discard a card to draw it. If you do, draw 2 cards. So the card that you spent and an additional card. So you're spending 2 cards to draw 2 cards. This is going to be a slower version of what's that enchantment that sees play? Sack it to give your creatures haste. Bitter Reunion. Enters battlefield, draw a card. Discard to draw 2. Discard to draw 2. Bitter Reunion you can use right away. Kickoff Celebrations, you're going to have to wait a few turns. This is not going to kick out Bitter Reunion, I don't think. Lightning Strike. Lightning Strike is your typical standard card. Larger formats generally have better cards. It works until I think Pioneer. And then anything bigger than Pioneer, you've got better cards. You've got Lightning Bolt, etc. Magmakin Artillerist, 3 mana for 1/4. Whenever you discard 1 or more cards, this deals that. Oh, that's cute. And then when you cycle this card, deals 1 damage to each opponent. I like this card. You combine that with something like the Thunderhead Gunner or, Kickoff Celebrations. And it's whenever an opponent loses life, dealing damage converts to loss of life. That's going to be good. Pedal to the Metal. If you're playing red and you're in the mood for, Howl from Beyond, this is a better Howl from Beyond because it also gains first strike. And you can play this just simply for 1 red mana, just to give a creature first strike, which is not amazing, but it's an option. It's basically like a fireball while you're at it. I like this. In lieu of brakes, the Rocketeers instead installed a second accelerator pedal. Pearl Catcher Specialist, 2 mana, 2/1 haste. 4 mana to get fit 2+1/+1 counters. It's fun. I mean, it's a 2 power haste creature for 2 mana, which is not bad. I think based on that, it might actually see play. This might be playable in Pauper just because of the 2 mana 2/1 haste. That's already a reasonable starting point. And then later, you can, you can throw two. It doesn't say only as a sorcery either. Uh, and if it was going to be in the reminder, like if you could, it would either be in the ability of the text or in the reminder text. Thunderhead Gunner, 5 mana for 4/5 with reach. I like that. Discard a card to draw a card. Activate only as a sorcery and only once each turn. I think for Pauper, it's too slow for a consistent way to cycle through your deck. It does say, however, only once each turn, so I can do it on my turn and then on my opponent's turn. So I can actually cycle through my deck fairly well with that. That might actually. Plus it's got reach, which means it'll, and 4 power, which means it'll stop a lot of. I was going to say Aven Mind Sensor. That's not the one I'm thinking of. Aven Rift Watcher. But more likely the guys that turn around and say, hey, by the way, I come into play, bounce a thing back to my hand. What's the 2 mana 2/3 that I can't remember? I'm drawing so many blanks tonight. Asso, do you remember? It's like one white, one other, 2/3 flyer. Come into play, return one of your things back to owners. Return. I think it's a no. Return back. Yeah, Core Skyfisher. Because isn't that like, realistically speaking, is that like the biggest flyer that commonly sees play? I can't. Yeah. Yeah, that's the card I'm thinking of. Isn't that the biggest flyer that commonly sees play? I'm not aware of anything like big that sees play. Your big creatures are generally ground creatures like your Mag Angler, Tolarian Terror, stuff like that. Um, Core Skyfisher feels to me like the biggest flyer that sees play in Pauper. And the Gunner will just eat that like 20 times a day. Yeah. But the Thunderhead Gunner, the first thing, like, it's a 4/5 creature that's got reach. You could build, you could put in a deck that cares about madness, um, and other reasons to discard. Blazing Root Walla, I think might be common. Stuff like that. I think I want a copy for my mono red commons deck. I think I'm. I think it might actually sneak into the occasional other deck for Pauper. Alacrian Jaguar, 5 mana, 4/4 Vigilance, which is fine. Saddle 1. When it attacks while saddle, gets +2/+2 till end of turn. I don't think so. Oh, this is going to be fun. Beast Rider Vanguard. 2 mana, 2/2. Pay 5. Look at the top 3 cards of your library. You may reveal a permanent card from among them, put them in your hand, put the rest on the bottom of your library in any order. That card selection every turn is just going to be so good. Bestow Greatness. Feels costed right, but I don't think anybody wants to pay an extra 2 mana for an extra +1/+1 in trample. Broken Wings, if people aren't already playing it, they're not going to change. Oh, Hazard of the Dunes. Really? 4 mana, 4/4 trample reach. That's big. That is just big. I know I think that might sneak into some decks. 4 mana is about where you want to top out at. And a 4/4 with trample and reach. A good on offense and a good on defense. If this had vigilance, that would just... Like, imagine if instead of exhaust it had vigilance. It would just get yum. Jabaric Omnivore, 2 mana for a 3/2. I'm so glad we got Vanilla Creatures back. Takes on 10 when the beast you crash into is more likely to kill you. I don't think this does enough to see play anywhere. And I think if you're playing Vanilla Creatures, Vanilla Creatures. Actually, at 2 mana, it's usually a 3/1. This might be one of the better Vanilla Creatures at that point. You can get a couple of 3/3s. And then you start hitting like 3/2s. 3/2s and 2/3s. Loxodon Surveyor. 3 mana for 3/3 that you can exile from your graveyard to draw. It's fine. Migrating Ketradon. 6 mana, 6/6 with reach. When it enters, gain 4 life and cycling 2. Might be worth reanimating with Unearth. 6/6 with reach. You're not going to be playing a lot of reach in the same deck, but you're going to be playing some. Gunner is red. The Ketradon is green. 5 mana. So an extra colored mana. I think I'd rather have the red one, actually. In general. Just because that card selection is going to be big. Pothole Mole. Oh, that's funny. You play this with the Capenna Autosac fetches. When this creature enters, mill 3 cards, then you may return a land card from your graveyard to your hand. And then you play it, sack it again, and then you get it back later, and sack it again. Yeah. Run over. Oh, it's an instant bite spell. Nice. Target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature and opponent controls. Yeah. And if your creature's a mount or a vehicle, it costs 1 instead of 2. It's fine. I don't know if bite is... I know fight you can get for 1 mana. I don't know about bite though. Soak and Strength, 2 mana. Enchant creature or vehicle. Oh, it's got flash as well. Jeez. When it enters untapped target enchant permanent. Enchant permanent gets +1/+2 and has reach. Wow. Give me a sec here. So I heard somebody at my door for a moment. So, if you're looking for something like spider silk armor, but now we just had somebody move in today. Um, and I know she normally goes to bed around this time. It's about 11 o'clock at night, so I wasn't sure if it was her or not. Um, yeah, but if you're looking for something like spider silk armor, but you only want it for like a single target, this is really good. This is 2 mana instant, untap enchant creature, +1/+2 reach. That's just gonna. This is basically a good surprise card. Stampeding Scurryfoot. Oh my god. So 1 green for a 1/1. Exhaust. Put a +1 counter on this creature. Create a 3/3 elephant. This is a really good cost for that ability. Hilariously, even though it says activate each exhaust ability only once, if the card leaves the battlefield and comes back, and that could be flickering, that could be dying and coming back, that could be returning to hand, whatever, you reset the exhaust ability. So if you've got a way to regularly flicker this somehow, you're basically paying 4 mana for a 3/3 elephant. I think somebody's gonna try and find a way to make that broken. Veloheart Bike. Nah, people are already not playing, what's the other one? It's basically a manaless with crew. Really? Oh. Well, this is the one I was thinking of, but it's not common. That explains why it wasn't coming up. Whoops. But yeah, like I I don't see the bike being good enough to get played. Venom Sack Lagak, 2 mana, 2/1 Death Touch. When attacks while saddled. Okay, so attacks is a 2/4 if you're meh. Ether Jacket, 3 mana, 2 so and Mini Sarah, 2 tap and sack it, destroy another target artifact as a sorcery. That's not bad. That is not bad. It's not like it's not amazing, But I think this might be playable. This might be, this might turn out to be more playable than it looks. Camera launcher. 3 mana. I mean, this is okay. Three mana to make a Thopter. You know, assuming you're trying to do the same thing as Stamping Scurryfoot. It's fine. I'm not as enthralled with this as I am about the Scurryfoot. Godlight Matrix 2 comes into play, sacrifice. Oh! Godlight Matrix is your source for crewing and saddling without needing it. That's cute. Scrap Compactor. Want to cast 3 tap and sack, 3 damage to a creature. 6 tap and sack, destroy target creature or vehicle. I think for the kind of decks that I'm trying to build, I would have an interest in this. 3 tap and sack to do 3 damage to a creature. Maybe. Oh, what were you called? Glove extract. Oh, you only did 2, didn't you? Yeah, 3 and sack hit to do 2. So 5 mana. I think it's fine. Because people are just going to play it. If they're playing it, they're just going to play it for that 3 damage ability. Skybox Fairy, 5 mana for 4/4 with crew 4/4 flyer crew 2. Nah. People will find better for that. It's starting column. Again, another manalith with upside. I think I like this better than a lot of manaliths. Because at some point you can always cash it in. Yeah. In Pauper you'd be looking at Trinket Mage. In other formats you might be looking at Urza Saga. I'm just not sure about 3 tap and sacking it to do 3 damage to a target. Or to a creature, I should say, specifically. Starting column I actually kind of like. I think there's going to be at least one deck I'd have an interest in that, and that's my, mono blue Take Me Down a Cantrip City deck. Ticket Tortoise. 2 mana, 3/1 with Defender. Which doesn't make sense to me. Why do you have a 3/1 with Defender? When it enters, if an opponent controls more lands than you, you create a treasure token. Well, that explains the 2 mana. That's still really weird, though. Do not know how I feel about this. Any deck I can think of that, like, the only thing I would want this for, one, I want a cheap big creature and I don't care about attacking or not. 3 power for 2 mana is pretty good. Yeah, that too. 2, I want if my opponent's this is a little bit of catch up ramp, which is fine. Not sold on it. Walking Sarcophagus. This is going to be fun. Somebody's going to play this on turn 2, and by about turn 4, so you play a random 1-drop on turn 1. You know, Savannah Lines, let's say. Just because it's the only creature that I can think of that you would play on turn 1 that's got at least 1 point of power. I'm drawing a lot of blanks right now. You play this on turn 2. You suddenly have speed 1. You attack with Savannah Lions. Your opponent loses life. So that'll be 2. Next turn, you attack with this, or the lions, or both, and if this lives, they're at 3. The following turn, you bolt your opponent once on each of your turns. When an opponent loses. So if you bolt your opponent before you attack, that would be turn 4, and this is now a 3/3. And you play this on 2. That's not bad. You can have this turned on by turn. And if you play a second one, if you play a second one later, you're already at max speed, and so you'll be playing them as 2 mana 3/3s. I think this has got a possibility of actually being good. A 2 mana creature that's really, it takes a couple turns to turn into a 3/3, but I think that can be a thing. Wreck Remover. When it enters or attacks, oh, nice. I like this. This is like Restoring Badger? Yeah, Restoring Badger. When it attacks and isn't blocked, you can exile up to 2 cards from the defending player's graveyard and gain life instead. When this enters or attacks, exile up to 1 target card. Yeah, this is like a Restoring Badger. Costs slightly more. Almost twice as big. And has cycling. I like this. Is it going to be enough to make it playable? 4 mana for... I think at 4 mana, it's going to start running out of trouble with, other 4 mana creatures. It's going to get... at 4 mana, people are already going to have... whatchamacallit... it's not completely unreasonable to have Tellurian Terror, Gurmag Angler, etc. online. You're already going to have, I think, turn 4 or 5, it's not unreasonable to have if your opponent is playing one Fully Acid Moss and stuff like that, then turn 4 or 5 they can be ramping out like the big cascade creatures, boarding party, and oh, what's the green one? It's the dinosaur. Annoyed Altasaur. Yeah, this is probably played on turn 5. Not completely unrealistically. So, yeah, I don't think this is going to survive. And it's an artifact creature, which means it's easy to kill. Avishkar Raceway. This I can see people sneaking into the occasional deck just to try and get um some kind of card selection going on in their mana gaze. What, the Raceway? Or the remover? Oh, Altasaur. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, again, if you can get out on, say, turn 4 or 5, 6/5 reach, trample, cascade, you know, it just does so many things. The life gain lands, we already know about them. Night Market feels like one of those cards that was designed for. I think I saw it on turn 4 once. Yeah, I can see that. Night Market feels like one of those cards that was designed for limited. It's not really. It's not really the kind of card that's. Um, I don't think this is going to see competitive play anywhere realistically unless somebody really wants additional cyclers in their mana base. Yeah, alright. I think that is enough for tonight. And then next week, we can start looking at. So we'll head up Legends next week and we'll start off with the multicolored cards. How about that? How does that interest you? Or does it? Or does it? Anyway, I've been on about 5.5 hours. It's almost 11:30. I think it's time to log out of here. I will see you kids next week. So long and thanks for all the fish. Good night, also. Oh yeah, P.S. You missed our friendly neighborhood, our favorite 9-3. He was in earlier. Unfortunately, his wife told him he had to go bargle. Alright. Good night, everyone.